lazima tusawazishe. Lazima watu wa Bungoma mko mulale ghasia. Watu wa Bungoma mulale ghasia. Mulamala kama kwa HIV infections. Mulamala kuloma kulitawe, si ndio? So when I say no new to HIV infections, you say tawe. Sawa sawa? New HIV infections. New HIV infections. So you've agreed that you are ending, si ndio? So tawe means no. Aya, the second thing, when I say early teenage pregnancies, you say again? Early teenage pregnancies. Early teenage pregnancies. So we've unanimously agreed that we are going to end early teenage. But I've not heard men saying this. Men in the house, I want you to respond. Early teenage pregnancies, men? Sijasikia base. Early teenage pregnancies, men? Early teenage pregnancies, men? Thank you very much. So the third thing I want to ask you. We are saying no to sexual and gender-based violence. True? So, sexual gender-based violence, you say it that way. Sexual gender-based violence? Sexual gender-based violence? Thank you. I know you are going to make that happen. And having said much, kindly let's equalize and have ending these triple threats that's really affecting our country, Kenya. Thank you very much.
Halo, kuna kelele hatujui imetoka wapi. Kelele imetoka wapi? Snacks ndio inaharibu mkutano. Kwa hivyo nisimamishe snacks. Iendelee chini kwa chini. Haya, mkinyamaza itaendelea. Wale wanaogawa snacks tafadhali, those ones who are serving, kindly listen, vijana nyinyi. Excuse me. Vijana wananisikiza kweli? Nyinyi ninaongea na nyie. Tafadhali ifanyike kwa utaratibu kwa sababu kuna mazungumzo ambao tayari yanaendelea. You already have speeches which are going on. We are live in the social platforms. We are live in other television channels. What do we want to show the world? What do we want to show the whole country? That in Kibabii? No, we cannot show that. Wale ambao wanagawa snacks, tafadhali, you may hold a bit. Ninawaleta ndani kwa mpango, tafadhali. Just hold on. Wale yule anatembea na kreti ya mkate, simama hapo kwanza. Thank you. Very special announcements. Ndio tuendelee na kupeana snacks. We know you have been here long since morning. Can you stop those young men? Wao wangoje kwanza. Wait. Tuwe na utaratibu kidogo tu. Wanaendelea. Nandolia Cultural Group dancers, where are you? Nandolia, where are you? Basi wanapoingia hapa mbele, snacks zinaendelea kupeanwa. As I welcome Nandolia Cultural Group from Bungoma County, wanatuletea dance hapa mbele na mkate na snacks na soda na shamla iendelee wakati dance inaendelea. I would like to bring the Nandolia Cultural dancers on stage as we continue with the services in the south. We have HIV testing, we have TB screening, we also have diabetes screening which are going on at the tents there. Anybody who would like to Dancers kindly take on the stage with a cultural dance. This is going to be a Mkutu folk song and dance performed during cultural events to encourage the community to positively cope with HIV and AIDS. With other HIV-related diseases, and now they are coming to stage. Karibuni sana.
Nani wengine anahitaji? Si nyinyi mko nayo? Niwekea hapo katikati. Yep. Nataka hii
wale ambao wana serve, ongezea hii sauti tafadhali. Those ones who are serving snacks, by the time we end this entertainment, na nyinyi mtakuwa mmemaliza kutuserve ili tuweze kuendelea na speeches.
nataka hizi. Oh,
unagonga.
Sasa simame mbele tuangalia.
Ulira. Embele mbele mbele.
Bana wa mwami.
Embele mbele mbele.
Bana wa mwami.
Nyanga chile kulya.
Sese chilenya.
Kale bemenyanga.
Wasunezera.
Echili chikabine cha magale.
Wamunezera.
Ana baba. Abandu bebungoma kwechane nako.
Kamabeka.
Kamabeka kano ino chunguza bulayi kanyoleka we.
Yabungoma.
Kamabeka kano ino chunguza bulayi kanyoleka we.
Yabungoma.
Iuyu ino basani balira. Iuyu ino baba makonela chingira wase.
Euyo ino basonele balira. Euyo ino papa basonele chingira.
Iuyu ino basani balira. Iuyu ino baba makonela chingira wase.
Euyo ino basonele balira.
Mwagalira. Mwagaloma. Zikumbaziaga ya na munyu. Zikumbaziaga ya na munyu. Bali zikumbaziaga ya na munyu. Zikumbaziaga ya na munyu. Bali zikumbaziaga ya na munyu. Zikumbaziaga ya na munyu. Ekuline zambo, kuline zambo kwekoyela. Ine zambo baluya kuline zambo kwekoyela. Ekuline zambo, kuline zambo kwekoyela. Ine zambo baluya kuline zambo kwekoyela. Ulira. Bali nyweze runda. Wapapa muli magiza runda.
Alinywe runda. Kwa baba muri magiza runda. Iwe chango cha kulimane sokobara. Iwe chango cha kulimane sokobara. Iwe chango cha kulimane sokobara. Iwe chango cha kulimane sokobara.
Chango cha kulimane sokobara. Iwe chango cha kulimane sokobara.
Inywe baru ya mukonile muriana. Mukonile mukonile muriye. Ana baru ya mukonile muriana. Mukonile muriye. Basolile mukonile muriana. Mukonile muriye. Kichi. Kojolio mumana nilionera ngazina. Heri kojolio mumana nilionera ngazina. Heri kojolio muta nilionera ngazina. Heri kojolio muta nilionera ngazina. No menjo, iwa papa que no menjo, ali wa papa uko na meso.
Kama ukahaile na bebela chimbwa ha.
Eva soleli uko na meso.
Kama ukahaile na bebela chimbwa ha.
Egengo bali yaya.
Hengo bali yaya, hengo bali.
Bali gengo bali yaya.
Hengo bali, hengo bali, hengo bali.
Bali gengo bali yaya.
Hengo bali, hengo bali yaya.
Yongalumela. Soleli yongalumela. Babu kuzu. Bali yongalumela. Wakala bali nendolo moya munwa. Okena bakupaka makabudi. Soleli bakenda lwe maliki. Soleli bakenda lwe ndali.
Yongalumelera yongalumelera.
Aliye wangelumelera. Wakala bali nendolo moya munwa. Okena bakupaka makabudi. Soleli wangelumelera. Aliye wangelumelera. Eine samboye balia. Sulomo chilimelu babukuzu na Roma. Banabalia. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Nandolia Cultural Dance Troupe. Thank you. Sound engineer. Microphone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sound engineer. Let's work on the sound. Sound engineer. Sound engineer. Asante. Thank you. That is much better. Ladies and gentlemen, I said a round of applause to Nandolia Cultural Dance Troupe. Tupigeni makofi tafadhali. Thank you. Now, as we have our performances here, because it's also a celebration that we're ending the triple threat. So, being a celebration, I'll be inviting some guys here to come and dance. So, our partners, please be ready. Our Kibabii University leadership, be ready. Our exhibitors, be ready. The clergy, I'll excuse you, you won't dance. I'll excuse you, you will not dance. County government officials, you must be ready. I'll be inviting you here, celebrating the almost end of a triple threat. June, we continue with entertainment for just a while as we issue out the snacks. Those issuing out the snacks, wala ambao wanapeana snacks wako wapi? Nataka niupatie dakika kama 6-7 hivi. The issuance of snacks, and I want to believe that the snacks are for all of us. So each one of us will take a snack Sidhani kwamba kuna nafasi ya kuzozana hapa na pale, tafadhali. Those giving out the snacks, where are you? Let me see those giving out the snacks, so that in another like 5 minutes we are done. Tukianza ratiba rasmi, hakutakuwa na nafasi ya kupeana hizo snacks. Those furnishing us with a list of the guests that have arrived, the partners, the exhibitors, please get us the lists so that we can recognize the different partners that have enabled this day to be a success. June.
Thank you, my co-MC. Kijana wa hapa nyumbani, Bwana Wafula. Thank you. I've been advised that the snack part 1 has ended. There'll be part 2. No, it's okay. Because all these students who came early, there's something they want to grasp and to get from our facilitators. And that's why they are seated here. I've never seen wanafunzi walio na utaratibu na walio wavumilivu na walio na kama Kibabii. I have liked the discipline in you. We have been to places, we have seen so many students, and I've never seen such a wonderful and calm students. Kwa hivyo tuendelee na mazungumzo. Oh, and there comes the snacks again. That means I'm going to bring another team on stage. Wale ambao wana serve snacks tunaambiwa kwamba vivyo hivyo muokote uchafu yote mkienda nazo kwa sababu wageni tayari wanawasili. As we do that, allow me, with your gracious permission, my co-MC, allow me to bring Kibabii. Kibabii girls, where are you? Kibabii girls, where are you? Please come on stage and make a presentation as we serve the last lot there. We are celebrating World AIDS Day. We are celebrating with our partners as I bring Kibabii Girls Boarding School before you to make a presentation. Asante sana, mufanye kwa haraka wale wanaopeana ili muweze kuondoka tuweze kuendelea na mkutano huu tafadhali.
Wanaimba? Wanaimba. Nani atachukua mic? Microphone nani? Huyu kwanza alafu ndio mimi.
Thank you. Nikisema equalize, mnasema sawazisha. Equalize. Equalize. Kibabii University Choir, be on standby. Kibabii University Choir, what we did in the morning, we are going to do it again, and we are going to ask our partners and all our stakeholders, those ones who are seated here on the main VIP area, to join as we will be dancing with the Kibabii University Choir. Be on standby. Aya, sasa ninaona wamemaliza, and that is good. Tuwapigie wale wanatusavu makofi. Asante sasa. Now you hold it there. Mengine yataendelea baadaye, ili mkutano isichafuke, so that we have a smooth flow of the program. We are going to serve again later on. Wale ambao wanakuja na kutuserve sasa imetosha. We are through this side. Tafadhali tuko sawa sasa.
Kibabii Girls presents World AIDS Day, composed by Madam Cleana Kitare. Enjoy with us.
Wakenya wote hapa shangilie, Wakenya wote hapa, Kibabii wote hapa shangilie, leo ni baraka. Wakenya wote hapa, Wakenya wote hapa, Kibabii wote hapa shangilie. Tusiwadhulumu wasichana, ubakaji tukomeshe, siwategua ukimwi, msinyanyase akina mama. Siwadhulumu wasichana, ubakaji tukomeshe, siwategua ukimwi, msinyanyase.
Dhulma ya jinsia ni unyama. Wasichana akina mama wanateswa. Tupiganie haki za wanyonge. Tupendane wa Kenya jamani.
Shangilie Bungoma. Wakenya wote shangwe shangwe.
Sana malembe papaye ayoleli dike Michele na Toulouse aye nganene kibwila ye baebanga na fiele ningi.
Tuwapigie makofi tena watoto wetu, wasichana wetu wa shule ya upili ya Kibabii, shule ya wasichana ya Kibabii. Tunashukuru sana. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Upande huu kumetulia, mambo iko sawa. Upande huu, upande wangu wa kushoto sasa, may I request that those ones who are serving snacks, now we leave it there so that we continue. Tafadhali, tunawaomba wale ambao wanapeana sasa mtakulia kule nje kwa sababu mkutano lazima iendelee. Tafadhali. In a very special way, I would like to recognize the NEFAC team which is here with us, and they are the reason why we are here, and it's good to recognize their presence. I would like to recognize the presence of Abner. I would like to recognize the presence of Grace Mudhoni. I would like to recognize Anisia Karanja, Patricia Asero, Peter Odongo, Japheth Kanda, and Leah Kamau. Wherever you are, please just stand up, recognize your presence into this meeting. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Asante, you are a very special team in this gathering. Karibuni sana. Also, I will keep on recognizing our VIPs and VVIPs as soon as they arrive. I will keep on recognizing them. Remember, we are here in the compound, courtesy of Kibabii University. Allow me to recognize the presence of the chair of the board, Kibabii University, Dr. Ernest Mwangi Njoroge, and also to recognize Professor Isaac Ipara Odero, who is the Vice Chancellor, who is here with us, and the team of the board members and the others whom I will recognize as soon as our chief guest will be seated here. At this moment, we'd like to continue. I would like to invite the next facilitator before I bring in the next team to perform. Allow me to recognize this wonderful lady. She is the community head action in ending the triple threat. This is none rather than Rose Otae, who is coming to speak to us from this wonderful team. She'll introduce herself. Rose, as you make ways to the stage. Thank you for listening. Asanteni kwa kutulia. Asanteni kwa ukimya wenu ili tuweze kuendelea. Allow me to present Rose Otae, this wonderful lady who is coming to us, and she's going to speak to us on behalf of the rest of the team. Let her introduce herself and then continue with the presentation.
Thank you. All protocol observed. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, students, friends, partners, hamjambo. Leo ni siku kuu. Siku ambayo tunasherekea
World AIDS Day. Kwa majina naitwa B. Rose Otae. Niko hapa kama mama, niko hapa kama shangazi, niko hapa kama rafiki, pia niko hapa kama mama mkwe. Lengo hasa yetu ya kuwa hapa leo ni ending the triple threat in the community. Tunajaliwa, twafunga ndoa, twazaa, twaelimisha, lakini maisha yetu ya baadaye yako wapi? I'm a mother of 5 grown-ups. And I'm a grandmother. My granddaughter just concluded her 4th form, hoping to join university. My grandson did his exams just the other day, the primary 6. What am I trying to bring into your attention? The issue of being responsible. If we are not responsible, we are not going to equalize. If we are not responsible as a country, as an individual, we are not going to equalize the fight against triple threat. I've been widowed here for the last 24 years. My husband was working with Kenya Revenue Authority. Our family was blessed. It was blessed. But it reached to a point whereby the scourge we didn't enjoy our family. My firstborn son was in Form 2. My younger daughter was in Primary 2. As a housewife, and I give kudos to our Kenya government, through partners in the fight against HIV. And the knowledge, the information, the training that we are given, at least I'm in front of you and I can talk with you holding my neck high. I've not come here to brag, but I've come to brag the fight against HIV, whereby if we come together, we are going to end the triple threat. But we are forgetting an age group, the Bamba 50 age group, and they are represented here. Bamba 50 muko? 50 and above, ebu? We are learning something. 50 and above, muko happy? Si muko? Yeah. Atujipangi. When now we have wealth, we have educated our children, they are working, we have our grandchildren, we have assets, we forget about ourselves. We forget about future. Do you own something or you are given? Just by guessing, you will see that more than 80% of men who are here, they inherited land from their great-great-grandfather. Yeah? And they are still there. They are about to retire. They are still there. Bado anaishi wapi? Kwao. For how long are you going to be a squatter? For how long are you going to be a squatter? This issue, at least, it has brought widows fighting for their land because of cultural aspects. Being a Luo married to a Suba, I'm married in Rusinga Island, and I come from United States of Alego. That's where I was born. When the disease came, I'm the one who brought it. When he died, I'm the one who killed him. When I refused to be inherited, the issue of Teroburu with the fishermen who are along the lake shores of Lake Victoria, they said, ladies from Alego, there are those ladies who speak their mind. Of course, we do speak our mind as ladies. But now I'm here, at least our voices to be heard. What about Wanjiko, who is in the village? All the 42 counties represented. Our children cannot go to school. We cannot adhere to our medication because of lack of proper nutrition. Yet we have chunks of land whereby our in-laws have taken that it is theirs. The only son that I do have and I do recognize is that the Suba family from Bita, Rusinga, they are saying, I only have one eye, I don't have a say. I've struggled with the Nationalist Control Council. And comrades, are you there? Comrades, are you there? Stand up so that you can be seen. Comrades, are you there? Nefak, are you there? Nefak, are you there? Stand up so that you can be seen with the world today. As we celebrate our heroes, Roland Slenya, Joe Morioki, Eunice Odongo, Inviolata Mbuavi, David Sira. Those are the champions. This is our day. I won't let you down, and I told you, we have given the mantle. You continue in the office. I and others, we are continuing in the community. Tupenye paka huko ndani. We are not others. The way you like to put us in the list of others. Am I others? Am I others? I'm not others. But you know what? There are only 3 things. Respect. I respect myself. I love myself. I take good care of myself. I'm almost 60. But when you see me, looking young and bright. Sindio? But now I'm coming to you, students of Kibabii. Mpo, students muko. Muko. Wacheni wambie. Your behavior today is your future tomorrow. You entered that gate of Kibabii, whereby your parents, they sold land, chicken, maize, goats, and cows, so that you can come to school. The Kenyan government is giving you scholarship. But at times, you don't make us proud. Shying off responsibility. If you are not careful, you enter that gate without HIV. But when you'll be coming out of this, and God forbid, first class honor, HIV/AIDS. In Kandui, you are the ones who are there. The issue of you young teenagers, the male counterparts of Kibabii, wanafunzi wale ambao ni vijana, hebu simameni, nataka kuwaongelesha ndio nikuje niongee na wasichana. Kwa sababu mimi ni mama ya wasichana, and you know very soon naweza kuwa mother-in-law wako. Simama, usiniletee mahari ile sijui nani ananiletea mahari. Nataka kuona kama mnatosha kuleta mahari. Baada hamjaiva, bado mko shuleni. Hebu simama. Bado. Are we together? Wacha masomo, usome kwanza, ujitegemee. Ununue hata shamba lako quarter of an acre. Ndio sasa uangalie maisha ya nini? Maisha ya ndoa. But to avoid those circumstances whereby kuko na wengine wale familia ambao wametoka, familia ya uchochole. Familia ya nini? Ya uchochole. When they come here, ni survival for the fittest. You have bulging muscles, very handsome, but now ujana ni moshi, ukienda haurudi. Kalamu inaandika Kandui, inaandika kwa flyover, ndio hiyo kwa super highway. Kwa roundabout kalamu inaandika kwa 32 pages, inaandika kwa hardcover, paka inaandika kwa encyclopedia. itafikia wakati hiyo kalamu haitaandika. Whereby we know ya kalamu wakati wetu ilikuwa kalamu ya kilometric. See, we are there. The issue of kilometric. And she said to all of us, we have a flashback. Sindio? Our age when treetop was a true orange juice. Are you there? Treetop, sindio? Chupa yake kisha ilikuwa inawekwa wapi? Bamba 6 ilikuwa inawekwa wapi? When Kenya was land of milk and honey, 100 shillings note had a value. Unga kilo 45 KFA, sindio? Inanua blue band kubwa, na inanua paka nini? Omo, sindio? Na ikinunua blue band, inapakwa kwa mkate ambayo ilikuwa inaitwa Elliot, sindio? That mkate ilikuwa mkate. But now, 100 shillings, can it do anything? At a flare. Thank you, my sons. Warembo mpo. Leo shosh teke na nyinyi, hebu simameni. Warembo mpo. Leo shosh teke na nyinyi. Nataka kuongea na nyinyi wajukuu wangu. At times, the issue of the attitude that you do have, you are wonderfully and fearfully made. Sindio? But you are the owners of the ATM card. Owners of the PIN number. But at times, you violate your rights. When we are ending the triple threat, isiwe kila mtu PIN number unampatia, pokea, PIN number chukua. The issue of pick me, drop me. You are the one at least usome Kibabii. Unapotoka hapa, ukue na prado yako, masambusa hivyo, ukisema, ukikanyaga, mafuta yanafanya ndrundru. Sindio? With the Hustlers Fund, sindio? Si muliona jana? Wapi shangwe ya president wetu? Wapi shangwe? Nani kama yeye? Tukishirikiana na governor wetu, tukishirikiana na deputy governor, na pia tukishirikiana na CS wetu wa afya, na madam wetu wa national daktari wetu pia, na wale wametoka hapa. Si mnaona mambo ni nywe. Andika hapa. A, to abstain. Why are you abstaining? My age, or I've just decided to abstain? To accept the reality. To accept the what? The reality. Adhere to your status. You adhere to your status. B, be faithful. To who? Be faithful to your own self is when now you can extend the faithfulness to the other person. See, there are things that are obvious. You need to use your common sense. See, because at least we use the 6 senses that we have been given. Yeah? Seeing, smelling, tasting, hearing. And what else? Yeah? Are we together? Seeing, smelling, tasting, hearing, and when it's come to touch, whom are you touching, where, and how? Your body ni hekalu ya Mwenyezi Mungu. Lakini mmewacha body yenu, you are being used as a doormat because of pick me, drop me. Pick me what? Drop me. At least, niwaambie tena. Nasema hivi. To be faithful. To who? To you as an individual, it's when now you can extend it to the other person. Very simple. Then we come to C, the issue of common sense. That if you don't use them, it will lead you to consequences. Are we together? Yeah? Candle it. That's C. If you cannot be faithful and abstain, come to candle it. That's where Kenya government and Dr. Masha and the Ministry of Health and our CS, they have said condoms are there, but at times candle it. Unaangalia inaingia kwa mdomo lakini uangalia inaingia kwa mwili wako. Why? I've been here for the 3 days. Ukiangalia just from the gate. Bar lodging, bar lodging, bar lodging. And I've seen in Kandui, paka chini ya nini? Ya matrela. Shame on you. Muna niaibisha wajukuu. I'm not ready kuanza kuzika wajukuu. Na nikilea vitukuu. Inatakikana sasa nikule maisha yangu na nikule nini? Nizaeke gracefully. You are supposed to discuss. You dialogue and decide on which one you are to apply. At least since morning we have been empowered. Sindio? We have been empowered somehow. Sindio? Yeah. When you are empowered, it is good when you go out from here, from today, you need to equalize. You need to do what? To equalize. But the issue of stigma and discrimination is still there. The self-centered stigma. This is the stage of TB. Ini pneumonia. Acceptance and move on. Be focused. Be what? Focused. I can continue until cows come back home. I have a colleague that is called Mr. Nyaga. We will do work with him together. And before that, I need only 5 volunteers at least to make our work easier. And Mr. June, I would like you to give me a mic, a roaming mic, so that our partners come forward. The Ngao community, I've not forgotten you. The Ngao community, they are the ones who are giving us enough security. Sindio? The chiefs, whereby the chiefs, kesi inaenda kwa chief. Sindio? Mama akigombana na mzee kwa chief. Ndoa za mapema kwa chief. Sindio? So, we are with the Ngao community hand and hand. Mr. Mwania, lead the mantle. Come forward. Yeah, come forward. Our partners, UNNs, come forward so that we lead the talk. We lead the talk. Come forward, please. Hey, sikuwa nimeona. How are you? Oh, hello. Sprinter. Ni huyu. Hey, mjukuu yangu ndio huyu amekuja. Leo nimemwona live. Come forward, please. Imam. And pastor. Yeah. You come down.
We don't know why we are being called, yeah? We don't know, but we're being summoned.
Very good.
Are you?
Should I come in here?
Yeah, please.
Are we supposed to dance? I hope so.
Not dancing.
I hope we don't have to.
You are not going to run. Don't panic. The issue of fear of unknown. I've just called them here forward. They are wondering, are we running? Where are we going? Are we coming to dance? No. We lead, others follow. Imam, with all due respect, the religious leaders, with all due respect, please come forward. Because we are dealing with the community. I want from here, you pass this message to the mosque, you pass this message to the churches. Please, students, I need a lady and I need a gent just to represent you. Just come forward. The fight against HIV is a joint effort. And all of us, from here today, let us join hands and fight HIV. It's when now we are going to equalize. We don't need your money, we don't need your food. We can take good care of ourselves the way government has done. So unaona nyuso zetu sa vile zinang'ara. Si ndio? Kwa sababu ya amani ile tuko nayo. Youth fund tulipewa jana, si ndio? Shumacha sambaza unaanza biashara kidogo kidogo. So, we are not dependents. Even if we are bamba 50, let us not be dependent. Ati mjuku yangu, akinununu kaleso. Mjukuu yangu, okay, we are like this. No. Let us depend on ourselves with the little that we do have. Pass this mantle back home. The only thing that we need is care and support. Care and what? And support. Bringing a smile in a face that at least has pain, has anger, and hatred. But through psychosocial support, we give you kudos, our partners. We give you kudos, NEFAC, what you have done. Are we together? Yeah? Because the issue of psycho support, at least it has reduced the issue of mental health. They are being taken back home. Sindio? Taken back home. Na huko nyumbani jipange pia tujenge manyumba na tukue na mashamba from leo. Are we together? So, a mom with HIV will still remain a mom. A Kenyan with HIV will still remain a Kenyan. A congregation with HIV will still remain a congregation. When one comes to your church, do you chase them away? Just a hug. Care for me, I care for you. Ni hug vizuri si nusu nusu. Apa. We respect your culture and religion. Ni hug vizuri we ni sani ni do. Yeah. Pass that message. Pass that message. You know the way they are fearing. Why are you fearing? Hug me. Yeah? That way. Are we together? Yeah. Pastor, yes. They are there. Utawatupa. Si mnashughulikia wajane huko katika msikitini. Sawa.
Young people living with HIV.
Yes, this is my grandson living with the virus. Are you getting? Nitamfukuza. Grandmothers, they are very passionate. Boss, security ndio hiyo. Madawa zina lindwa KEMSA 24/7 tukiletewa. Partners, thank you and continue partnering with us.
Thank you, our hero and community representative. Thank you.
You're welcome. Here now. Asante sana. You are not going to run. Have you run?
No.
Yeah. You are tense. So, care for me, I care for you. I care for you.
I care for you.
Yes. Holding the Kenya flag. We still want you to hold the Kenya flag.
Those
because when you do travel, there are so many people.
We ask you to sit
care
down.
For me.
Those who have gotten the hug,
can
take a
Vizuri,
seat.
sprinter. Una sprint ukienda. Sindio? Pass it to your grandmother if she's alive or any. Kudos, comrades. Mommy, you at the board, I know. We are being cared for. Sindio Wafak? Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
God bless you. And pass that hand. Oh, a big one. Yeah. Thank you. Patricia, comrade. Take the mantle. Still lead NEFAC. NEFAC, oye! Take the mantle. Take the mantle. Musichoke. Kenepote. Take the mantle. Care for me, I care for you.
As the hug is going on, I would like to invite Frederick Nyaga, the founder chair, Engage Kenya Network, that is Men Ken, the founder chair of Men Engage, to come on stage and make his presentation. Anytime from now, our chief guest will be here as they receive the hug from Madam Otae. Thank you.
Young people, kudos to Joe Morioki's son.
Tumpigie wakofi tafadhali.
Son.
Let us give a round of applause. Thank you, Rose. Madam Rose Otae, for that powerful presentation. Thank you very much for that powerful presentation. I would like now to present. I would like to bring on stage the last speaker, and then we move into the other segment of the program. By that time, the chief guest will be here now.
Asante sana. Thank you very much. Like you have been told, my name is Frederick Nyaga, coming from Men Engage Kenya Network. Men Engage Kenya Network is there to promote gender equality through the engagement of men and boys in the prevention of HIV, prevention of gender-based violence, promotion of sexual and reproductive health and rights, and promotion of positive fatherhood. Why are we talking about that? I'll be very brief. I've been asked to talk about engaging men and boys as agents of change. Reason being, we need to change the way we are doing things. And why do we need to work with men? When we look at statistics worldwide, about 50% of the world population, including the Kenyan population, are men. And we cannot equalize if we are leaving behind over 50% or about 50% of our population. So we need men. Number two, that 50% that you see are not just ordinary people. Men hold privileged positions in the society, privileged positions in the community, privileged positions in the family, privileged positions in the mosques, privileged positions in the churches, in the universities, everywhere, in parliament, at the Senate level, even at the county government. And therefore we need men on board. Men, all the men that you see, just check beside you. Can you see somebody who looks like a man? If there's somebody next to you who looks like a man, tell him to stand up. If he looks like a man, thank you. Yeah, you know, some of them might be looking like men, but they are not. Now, if you think you are a man, also stand up. Thank you. Now listen to me, men who are here. Listen to me, men who are here. And the ladies, please listen. I want to engage with you for only 5 minutes as you are standing. You hold privileged possessions in your home, in the community, and in the institutions. And the statistics show that about 60% of the world resources are in the hands of these men. They are the people with the title deeds, the people with the logbooks. These are the people who have the resources, and we need the resources to end the triple threat. The men who are here, each one of them that you see has some connection with the children. Some of them are the fathers of the children that you see, including the street children who you think have no fathers. These are the fathers. Yes. I'm talking with the men. These are the fathers. We are the fathers of those children. And you know what? There is no pregnancy that occurs without these men. Only one pregnancy on earth has been documented that occurred without a man. That is the one of Jesus Christ. All the others, these are the guys who are responsible. And you know what? GBV, The majority of the perpetrators are men. And that is why we need them. But the good news are here. These people, because they have some attachment with the children. Some of them are fathers, others are grandfathers, others are cousins, others are coaches, others are teachers. We can use our possessions to bring change that we want. Men, is that possible? You know what made me happy? Is when I saw Vandinad Omanyara. This man is uplifting the flag of this country. The 8th fastest man recorded on earth. And the fastest man in Africa. While he is busy bringing change and becoming a good role model, other men are busy chasing little girls in the village. Shame on them. Nobody has ever been recorded anywhere in the books of record like Omanyara for sleeping with a 10-year-old child. But I want to tell you, men, as you sit down, the good thing about the men that you see is that these men we are talking about, who are impregnating little girls, who are causing gender-based violence, who are spreading HIV, it is not all the men who are bad. Very many men are very good. Can we clap for the good men who are here? They are very good. Unfortunately, our name, the men who are standing, Mr. Max from USAID, imagine your name was spoiled by the very few men. So much so that even when a little girl sees you, she runs away because you look like a rapist and you are not. Because all men have been labeled badly because of the few ones. I want us now to take action before you sit. Are we going to allow the bad men to spell our names, or we are going to say enough is enough? Can we say we want to have change? Am I right? Unfortunately, as I sit down, the reason why many men fear from taking action is because they want to preserve their culture. They want to protect their traditions. They don't want to look like they are outcast. They want to look like everybody else. But change must come. Before you sit down, I request 5 men to come over here. Only 5 men. Any volunteer? 5 men. The others can sit down. Thank you, good men. Just 5. Any 5. Thank you for coming. Just come. Come over here. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, that's enough. Now, as I said, the reason why men are afraid to make change, and by the way, I know we are speaking, those are enough. We are speaking, how many of you are students? Raise up your hand, please. Oh, are you sure you're university students? Are you sure you are? Power, comrades. Sinjasikia. Power, comrades. We need to use that power to change. Now, this experiment was done to establish why people want to behave the way they behave. How we acquire our culture, our behavior, the attitude that we don't want to change. And the scientists put monkeys in a room to do an experiment. You can read about that experiment. I just want to take 3-4 minutes to demonstrate. Because we need to change the way we behave. Now, these monkeys were put in a building. For now, these are monkeys. And before being put in the building, one monkey has run away. No, we are right. Even without you, we are okay. In the interest of time, thank you, my brother. They were starved. They were kept without food for some time. And they were brought in the room And in that room, they put bananas at the ceiling and a lander. So that the monkeys, if they wanted to eat, they could take up the lander and take the the bananas. And you know, monkeys love bananas. Am I right? All monkeys love bananas, irrespective of where they come from. Like this monkey, where do you come from?
Nyakach.
Nyakach. Kwanza wa Nyakach wanapenda ndizi sana, ama? And this monkey?
Nakuru.
Yeah, Nakuru wanapenda ndizi pia. Now, when they were put in that building, they started trying to climb up to eat the bananas. But the experiment was such that anytime a monkey trying to climb up, some ice was dropped on them. They didn't see it. There were holes in the ceiling. A lot of ice dropped on them. And monkeys don't like ice. Hawapendi baridi. So these monkeys came to realize that it was the action of climbing up which was dropping the ice. And for them to stop climbing up, because they don't speak, they started fighting. Anytime a monkey trying to climb up, it was beaten by the other monkeys. And therefore they stopped going up. They were hungry, bananas are there, but they cannot climb. Anytime a monkey trying to climb up, it was beaten by the other monkeys. After some time, when they stand there almost starving to death, the researchers decided to substitute the monkeys. But this time, they were not going to drop the ice. But the monkeys didn't know. And therefore, they removed the first monkey. Thank you, my brother. You are not a monkey. And a new one came. Please, just come over. When one monkey leaves, another monkey, a new one. Not you. Just come. Anybody wants to volunteer? Omanyala, just come. You cannot become a monkey for coming here. Thank you for coming. So a new monkey came. When this monkey came, they were also being starved wherever they were. So when this monkey came, it is trying to climb up. But these monkeys realized this guy is going to bring us trouble. So he was mercilessly beaten by the old monkeys. He also stopped climbing up. This monkey was removed. Professor, I don't want to disturb you. Another monkey, just come over in uniform. Whether you are a female, even monkeys, we have females. And this new monkey came. And immediately this new monkey came and he tried to climb up. She was beaten thoroughly by the old monkeys, including this new monkey. In fact, was beating her even more. Now let me ask you, the old monkeys, why are you beating the new monkey?
Why are you beating the old monkey?
Why are you beating?
It's because we did that banana.
Good. Why are you beating?
It looks good.
Why are you beating?
It is our culture.
This is not your culture. You know this. If she climb up, so what will happen?
There will be ice.
Oh, there will be ice. So the old monkeys are fearing the ice. But what about you, son?
Same thing.
You have not seen the ice?
But you see, it's a tradition.
Oh, now it has become a tradition. Thank you. This monkey was removed. A new monkey, please come over. Hurry up so that we can finish up this. I have 2 minutes. I don't want to go beyond that. Now, why are you afraid to come up here? Must I call you a monkey to come because you are not a monkey? Just come. Thank you. Can you hurry up, please? Moja akitoka mwingine anaingia. So this monkey was removed. A new one came. So this new monkey, again, was beaten up by the old monkeys and also including the new monkeys. This old monkey was removed. Let's get a monkey from this side. Reverend Kuja. Even monkeys pray. Come over. Yeah. They pray in their own language. When this new monkey came, thank you, sir, for coming. He tried to go up. Is beaten by the old monkeys and also the new monkeys. The second last old monkey was removed. And a new one came. Who wants to come? Kuja mama. Just come over. Thank you. Thank you. I like proactive people. Thank you very much. This new monkey came and trying to climb up. is beaten by the old monkey. By the way, why is the old monkey fighting? For what reason? The eyes. What about you new monkeys? Why are you fighting?
Want bananas.
Because the first monkey, the old monkey, is beating up the other monkeys.
Because now you have been used to fighting, right? And finally, the last old monkey was removed. And the last new monkey came in. Just one monkey for now. Kindly, the one in uniform, just come over, madam. Avandi, just come, chief. Kuja. Yeah, even in monkeys, they have administrators. Just come. Kuja hapa tu. Thank you. By the powers given to me, I can order you to come over here. It's all right. Oh, sorry. ACC. Senior Assistant County Commissioner, I had not seen. Yeah, huyu ni mkubwa wa machifu. Mkubwa. Mkubwa ya MICC. Na MICC ni wakubwa wa machifu. Ni mkubwa. Na makofi yake. Now, when this monkey came in, she's even wondering why she's being called a monkey. But don't worry, it's a demonstration. It's a demonstration. When this new monkey came and trying to climb up, she was beaten mercilessly by these monkeys. Do you know at the end of that demonstration, scientific study, these monkeys were starving in that room. Bananas were there. They could not climb up. Anytime a monkey trying to climb up was beaten by the new monkeys. Let me ask you, did the first monkeys have a good reason to fight? I want to ask all of you, did the original monkeys have a good reason to fight? What was the reason? The eyes. What about these new monkeys and they are still fighting? Where are they fighting? It has not become a culture. It is their behavior. They don't know even the reason where the fighting started. Many times in our communities, in Bungoma, in Kakamega, in Kiambu, in Tana River, everywhere in this country, there are so many things that we keep on doing which are outdated. But because they are being done by the original monkeys, we still continue doing it. Tumejaa unyani. Ambia mwenzako hapo wacha unyani. Sahi mwambie. Tell him wacha unyani. Leave unyani. We cannot continue like this. Where we are fighting, we don't know why we are fighting. Because you found somebody marrying a 10-year girl, old girl. That time people are not going to school. You will be so foolish to do the same. Hiyo ni unyani. Ama namna gani? Thank you. Kabla hawa si manyani, wapigie makofi wanapoondoka. My brothers and sisters, as we finish up, we need to change. The power that men have in the community should be used for change. So that we do not have GBV, so that we don't have adolescent pregnancies, and we do not have new HIV infections. Now, if you agree with me, when I say Arambe, nataka museme change. If you agree with me, if you don't want to continue with the unyani, now sababu unyani ni mwingi. If I had time, I would even have asked you to come and tell me the type of unyanis which you have. But because you know the unyanis which are there in the community, I want us today to declare we are going to change. And men who are here, we are not going to allow a few men to spell our name. Harambe. Wanafunzi harambe. Akina mama harambe. Wanaume harambe. Tuache unyani harambe. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Asante. Kwa heshima tumpigie makofi tena. Pigia makofi. Amekuwa ni Frederick Nyaga, the founding chair Men Engage Kenya Network Menken. Mabibi na mabwana, sherehe zetu za siku ya leo sasa zinaanza kirasmi kwa ujio wa waziri wetu wa afya, Waziri Dr. Susan Wafula Nakhumicha, akiandamana na His Excellency Right Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, EGH, Governor wa gatuzi hili la Bungoma na viongozi mbalimbali ambao hii sasa wanaingia kwenye uga huu na kisha waweze kuingia katika kuadhimisha sherehe za siku ya leo. Niweze kuomba kwa dhati na kwa heshima kuu kwamba sote sasa tuweze kuingia ndani. Nikisema hivyo tunafanya hivyo mara moja. Wale ambao tuko pembezoni tafadhali tuingie ndani, kuna nafasi za kuketi. Sitaki mmoja asimame tafadhali. Can I have the ushers guide on that and the security kindly? Ili tuweze kuunganika pamoja, nataka sasa tuweze kuelewana. Wakifanya hivyo, jambo la pili, tafadhali angalia simu yako. Angalia simu yako tafadhali, isikereze kwa mlio. Put your phone on silent or on vibration, kindly, including mine. The only challenge with our phones is that wakati hafla inaanza, zikianza kupiga kelele zake, hata ukijaribu kuitoa hizi katoka mahali ipo, na kila mtu anaanza kukutizama wewe. Please, let's put our phones on silent or on vibration. Tatu, for the entrance orderlies, sitaki watu pembezoni kule kwenye maeneo ya kuingilia. Scouts, our administrators, tafadhali wale ndugu zetu ambao wamesimama katika sehemu za kuingilia waweze kuondoka. When I say this, it can be done even much better. Administrators, at the main entrance we still have got people. Our admins, kindly, thank you. I can see all our admins, all of them from my right to my left. Jambo la nne ni kwamba, let me just know if the following people are here for the remarks. Na kama hawapo, please, our officials, please tell us if these people are not here. Of course, nimeona Professor Odeo Ipare yuko nasi. Nefak, Dr. Samuel Kinyanjui, let me know if he's here, kindly. Brian Redman, Dr. Medin Teshui, Dr. Andrew Mulwa, Mwangangi Mwania, and Geoffrey Gitu, the Chairperson, National Syndemic Disease Control Council. Let me know if all those officials are here, kwa sababu wao ndio watazungumza wakati wageni wetu watakuwa wamewasili. Jambo la tano ni kwamba wakati waziri wetu ataingia, sote kwa pamoja tutakuwa tumesimama na tuweze kumpatia mapokezi ya heshima. Tutazidi kusimama tupate wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki ambao utapromoshwa na bendi yetu ya wana skauti, wanafunzi wa shule ya upili ya Kibabii, wakishirikiana pakubwa na dada zetu na ndugu zetu wa shule ama chuo kikuu cha Kibabii. Na kisha baadaye tutapata kipindi kifupi cha maombi na kisha tupate burudani. Baada ya burudani tutaanza hiyo ratiba ambayo nimekuorodhesheni ya Dr. Professor Ipara, Samuel Kinyanjui na wengine wao waje kuzungumza. Alafu tusikie kwa viongozi wetu wanapotupa kilele cha sherehe hii ya siku ya leo. Kwa hivyo nawakaribisheni nyote kwa moyo mkunjufu kwamba tuweze kuandamana sote kwenye hii hafla ya siku ya leo ili iweze kufana. Wala ambao tuna kofia ambazo sio rasmi, wakati wa wimbo wa taifa na maombi, hizo kofia mtazitoa kwa heshima ya nafasi hiyo. Kwa sasa niweze kukaribisha bendi yetu iweze kutuongoa kwa muziki tunapo sasa wakaribisha wageni wetu. Band, give us one number. Nataka kuwatangazieni sote kwamba tuko live kwenye runinga na kwenye mitandao za kijamii. TV47 mkitazama tuko live pale tafadhali. Sasa hiyo nidhamu tu ambayo tunahitaji kwenye hafla kama hii tafadhali inahitajika. Wale ndugu zetu ambao wako pembezoni kule, and if I would ask our administrators to help us and our uniformed officers to please help those young men and young women to please come to the main tent kindly. There's a lot of activity kule nje. Ningeomba tafadhali waje ndani. If somebody can assist us do that, the better. Our administrators, let's have everybody to be in their respective seats kindly. Kindly. Watawala wetu kila mmoja apate nafasi ya kuketi tafadhali. Kuna gumzo kule mwisho, wale wa reflectors, gumzo ziko kule na wanapata raha zao kule. Nataka kila mmoja aingie hapa ndani. The only activities here are the exhibitions. If not, we will advise otherwise about those who are outside. Let me repeat, watawala wetu, reach out to those people who are standing, because in no minute they'll cause commotion in this hall. In no minute we'll have other meetings there instead of this one. Waingie ndani ama waondoke basi. We're going to only have one meeting, and that is by law. Wote waingie ndani kwa heshima. Na watawala wetu tafadhali bakini pembezoni so that no any other activity takes place apart from this celebration today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a national celebration, an international celebration. We must give it the dignity it deserves. We've got no two ways with that. DJ, taka nichezee muziki wa chini sasa, bendi ikitulia, tunapoongoja wageni wetu karibu wanaingia hapa, kisha tuanze. DJ, kama una muziki wa chini tu, kwa chini tu, kwa chini tu, kwa chini. Bendi mjitayarishe, Kibabii University mjitayarishe. Tukisha maliza, Kibabii University, hapo view,
DJ Hilltops.
Nganga ata formé mwana na ye. Atikala toujours na secret moko tomi bale pona ye moko. Son excellence Sassou Nguesso.
Ikioza mumoyo yelengi, olia makati na mokokoli, koko Claudia nzoto sembe, kole kati na berswanye kese.
Elengi na yele kia caviar la Russie, obali ya kana petit, apeti na yo yo yo. Ndato na ngai ya Claudia Sassou, apeti na yo yo yo. Ndato na ngai Claudia étoile d'état. Magie des épices et des verrues, ils ont tout juste avant la nuit.
Talala bien, multiplier, amour multiplication.
Chantal Louema.
Multiplier, amour multiplication. Étoile d'état, amour sous sa santé.
Amour ba moins deo. Amour multiplication.
Nambazali na ebolingo. Claudia yozali vraiment elingi.
Zoto na ngai décapotable. Pendant mon aïe, Claudia Ikia Sassou. Commencez par le texte du contexte. Claudia Sassou, moi, si à sourire et maï diamant.
À propos d'amour, et atteindre fusion sentimentale.
Origine ranyo ma sentiment. Akosuka wapi na bolingo. Mama. Yeah.
Étoile d'état.
Appétit nanga yu. Data nanga Claudia Sassou. Appétit nanga yu.
Simba, 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 ma chérie. Si, étoile, étoile,
Simba, simba, ma chérie. Si la bonne moi Katani. Comme qui donne la naissance. J'ai la bonne de lâcher ma prise. Willy Carlos. Comme moi, Salimaka. Tout a mis de la mouquée. Tout mon bébé, Nimbane. Assez pour aller bêti. Vincent Gomez. Et passe au Katoni. Hello, Kapema. Hello, Kapema. Hello, Kapema. Hello, Kapema. Ikia Sassou et Mbumba. Étoile d'état. Simba, 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 ma chérie. Simba, bonne moi, Katani. Comme qui donne la naissance. J'ai la batte de lâcher ma prise. Comme moi, Salimaka. Tout a mis de la mouquée. Tout mon bébé, Nimbane. Basi kuwa ebeti bate. Ekatanae. Epasuka toni. Elo kwa pema. Elo kwa pema. Elo kwa pema. Elo kwa pema.
étoile d'état, Claudia Sassou.
Leader Sampengombe.
Le
27, le 28, ta chérie. Locataire à notre pantalon, l'ombango. Pokola, les silènes, comme un séma confoda. Ta plaisir, foutima, ouais, quoi qui mouna, n'a pas quitté. Mon ami, ni passe à boyer des chinois. Poté, manzaka, na sauce, quoi, l'aigne, confoda. Y'a les locaux qui n'étaient des chinois. Y'a les locaux qui m'étaient des chinois. Pour bien comment les sévères, c'est des volants. Benina Mouké. Les amoureux, quoi, ça la bien. Claudia Ikia. Ta justice est d'amour.
Dominique Kimba. Papi Tolas. Papi Kaki la Foudre. Beldana Toulouse. Lucie Aïkouli.
Le 27, le 28, chérie. Locataire à l'otaka, kololo bango. Pokola, les silènes, comme on sait ma confiance. Un plaisir, foutima, ouais, quoi qui mouna, quoi qui fait. Mon ami, ni passe à boyer des chinois. Poté, manzaka, na sauce, quoi, l'aigne, confuta. Y'a les locaux qui n'étaient des chinois. Y'a les locaux qui m'étaient des chinois. Claudia. Y'a comment les sévères, c'est des volants.
Del Tirlo Mourini.
Les amoureux, quoi, ça la pièce.
Saint James Rose.
Ta justice est d'amour.
Guillaume Sourou, DGS Bogota. Hassan Koukou, Ahmed Bakayoko, ministre d'État. Ludmila Legrand.
Mwana Sassou.
Le 27, le 28, chérie. Locataire à l'otaka, kololo bango. Le 27, le 28, chérie. Locataire à l'otaka, kololo bango. Pokola, les silènes, comme un séma confoda. Ta plaisir, foutima, ouais, quoi qui mouna, n'a pas quitté. Mon ami, ni passe à boyer des chinois. Poté, manzaka, na sauce, quoi, l'aigne, confoda. Y'a les locaux qui n'étaient des chinois. Y'a les locaux qui m'étaient des chinois. Pour bien comment les sévères, c'est des volants.
Benina Mouké.
Les amoureux, quoi, ça la bien.
Claudia Ikia.
Ta justice est d'amour.
Dominique Kimba. Papi Tolas. Papi Kaki la Foudre. Beldana Toulouse. Lucie Aïkouli.
Le 27, le 28, chérie. Locataire à l'otaka, kololo bango. Pokola, les silènes, Del Pirlo Mourinho, Saint James Rose, Guillaume Soro, DGS Bogota, Hassan Koukou, Ahmed Bakayoko, ministre d'État, Ludmila Legrand.
Hilltops.
Right, Honorable Ken Lusaka, Governor wa jimbo hili. DJ, I don't know if you have a traditional song. DJ, a traditional piece, kindly. DJ. Waziri wetu analakiwa pale na Nandolia Cultural Dance Troupe anapoingia kuungana nasi siku ya leo. DJ, nataka mziki wa kumkaribisha waziri wetu. Haya, tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Moja. Karibu Waziri wa Afya Daktari Susan Wafula Nahumicha. Vigelegele kina mama. Vigelegele. Vigelegele. Asante. Welcome, Your Excellency. DJ tulia. Tupate nafasi ya kuketi kwanza, wala ambao tunaingia kwa haraka. Tafadhali tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa na wimbo wa Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki. Media. Tubaki tumesimama nikimwalika Reverend Father Leonard atuongoze kwa maombi.
Let us pray. God our Father, today we are gathered here in Kibabii University to commemorate AIDS Day. We thank you for the gift of life, which is absolute. We thank you for the gift of life, of health, which is related to life. We thank you for our visitors who have come today to join us to commemorate this day. Lord, on this day, as we look at the triple threat to our lives, to our health, we would like to remember our brothers and sisters, families who are in one way or another infected and affected by this threat. We thank you that we ask you to give us the grace that these wounds cause many people to suffer. But with your grace, we ask you, Father, to grant them the spiritual meaning to continue with the normal life, knowing that you are there with them. For us who have come here, give us the grace that we may commit ourselves to understand, love, and care for our brothers and sisters and all who are infected and affected by this epidemic. Lord, may this day be fruitful, that each one of us, as we go back, we may be committed to end this triple threat. We ask this through Christ our Lord.
Mgeni wetu wa heshima, mabibi na mabwana, tafadhali tuketi. Dr. Susan Wafula Nahumicha, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Health. Your Excellency, Right Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, EGH, Governor Bungoma County, Deputy County Commissioner, Mr. Duncan Quach, and all national government officials present. Your Excellency, Honorable Jennifer Mbatiani, Deputy Governor, and all county government officials present. Council Chair, Kibabii University, the Vice Chancellor in the Kibabii University Fraternity, our CEO, exhibitors, partners, sponsors, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Guests of honor, Madam, to begin with, we have a presentation for you. Kibabii University, half of us, and Steve K. Guest of honor, this is a land where you come from. And because you come from here, nataka wote tayarishe makofi yetu, tayarisha, tunataka tumkaribishe mgeni wa heshima, tayarisha makofi, tayarisha. Haya, sugua, moja. Karibu, waziri, utuongoze kwa hafla ya siku ya leo. Asanteni sana, asante. Kibabii, that is enough. Guest of honor, Madam, this medley of performance from a renowned musician that His Excellency Governor Lusaka has mentored for years, and now he's flourishing on international and national celebrations. Steve K is performing alongside a host of Kibabii University men and women. And guest of honor, it is a culture, whenever such performances are done, Kamabeka, you've got no otherwise but to join the gig. I'm sorry, guest of honor, that's what we need to do today. Thank you. Take it up. Steve K.
Haya, twende kazi. This is Wambomoli Dynamic Team vs Kibabii University. Haya, tusalamiane hewani jamani hivi. Tusimame. Kila mtu mikono juu. Wapi nduri ya wageni wewe?
Haya, shika mikono namna hii, twende hivi. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Tuimbe wote. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Tuimbe wote jamani, sauti sauti. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Usime wange we kumoyo. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Maiwe baba na bange. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Eswiti we kumoyo kwange. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Itaishi naye ni mulinde. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Nimufishe pete la upendo. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Itaishi naye ni mulinde. Mbombo maziwa ngoyo, mbombo maziwa. Mabeka mabeka mabeka. Kila mtu mikono juu. Mikono juu. Mikono juu. Wapi nduri ya Lusaka wewe? Aya. Mabeka 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 mabeka. Hebu ngoma. Hey. Haya mbabolele mahuwa kibungoma. Mbabolele mahuwa kibungoma. Balele bange yiholele bungoma. Bene Walusaka mahuwa kibungoma. Haya mbaganile zingano kibungoma. Haya mbabolele mahuwa kibungoma. Bana bama ijwe mahuwa kibungoma. Ijwe yiholela mahuwa kibungoma. Susandiwe mahuwa kibungoma. Haya kubolele mahuwa kibungoma. Lusaka mahuwa kibungoma. Haya kubolele mahuwa kibungoma. Lusaka mahuwa kibungoma. Sabuka manjile mahuwa kibungoma. Haya mbabolele mahuwa kibungoma. Ijwe yiholela mahuwa kibungoma. Haya twende hivi kila mtu. Wapi kelele wewe? Mikono juu. Mikono juu. Mikono juu. Mikono juu. Babolele mahuwa kibungoma. Babolele mahuwa kibungoma. Susana mahuwa kibungoma. Bene Walusaka mahuwa kibungoma. Lusaka mahuwa kibungoma. Hayo mbabolele mahuwa kibungoma. Aya. Omutalia. Mabeka. Twende mpaka chini. Hey. Kila mtu twende chini. Haya penduka. Nagenda kuzibuluzya Sayuni, sidaniwe manasiyula. Amba mutalia. Nagenda kuzibuluzya Sayuni, sidaniwe manasiyula. Amba mutalia. Usiri kurabuza katanga jagali nono mwesi musarana. Amba mutalia. Wasarana balebedyo kwa kuchayo, eliye cha musialo. Amba mutalia. Eliye basawanga liecha, eliye abakuzibulu. Amba mutalia. Siri kurabuza musanane, miruduke cha kirunduka. Amba mutalia. Asante.
Mabibi na mabwana, tafadhali kwa heshima tuweze kumpongeza mgeni wetu wa heshima kwa makofi kwa kuja hapa mbele na His Excellency the Governor. Guest of honor, Madam, allow me now to invite June Ogola to take us through the rest of the remarks. June.
Our chief guest, Cabinet Secretary for Health, Dr. Susan Wafula Nakumisha, the governor of this great county of Bungoma, His Excellency retired Honorable Dr. Ken Lusaka, the Deputy Governor, Her Excellency Jennifer Matiang'i, the Deputy County Commissioner of the Great Bungoma County, Mr. Duncan Okwach, the DMS, the Director of Medical Services, Ministry of Health, Dr. Andrew Mulwa, the Chief Executive Officer, National Syndemic Diseases Control Council, Dr. Ruth Laibon Masha, the chairman of the board, Kibabii University, the vice chancellor of this great university of Kibabii, Professor Isaac Kipara Odero, our partners, our sponsors, the government officials present, our students from this great university, oh yes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me, our chief guest, because of time, allow me to invite our host, the CEO of the National Syndemic Diseases Control, Dr. Ruth Masha, to come and before she comes to make her welcoming remarks, since we are in the university grounds, I beg your pardon, since we are in the university grounds, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor. Vice Chancellor, kindly come and welcome us into this ground where we are.
Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Health, Dr. Susan Wafula Nakhumicha, His Excellency Right Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, Governor Bungoma County, Her Excellency Jennifer Mbatian, Deputy Governor Bungoma County, the CEO of National Syndemic Development Council, the Deputy County Commissioner, Duncan Quach, Chairman of University Council, Kibabii University, the CEO, I think I've mentioned Dr. Ruth Laibon Masha, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Kibabii University, can you welcome the visitors? Thank you very much. I wish to just ask members of management, but before members of management stand, Chairman of Council, please just stand and wave to the congregation. Thank you. University management and staff, just stand and wave, please. Yes. Students, once again, can you stand? Can we hear your noise, comrades? Chief guest, I feel privileged to welcome you all to the National World AIDS Day commemoration. On behalf of Council, management, staff, and students you have all seen, I say a big thank you to the organizers for choosing to host the 2022 event at Kibabii University. This is a big honor to us, especially because it coincides with our celebrations for 10 years since we were established tomorrow. Can we cheer that? Now, the three threats are a serious confrontation on the universities, and particularly Kibabii, because our students fall within that age bracket. And more so, we are next to the highway to Uganda. And now we are confronted in two ways. There's the one that goes to Malaba, and then there's this one that comes right behind us from Luahaha. So you can imagine the threat to our students. The university is conscious about that, and that is why we have established the Institute of Gender Development Studies to handle gender violence. We also have a unit on disaster management, and more importantly, we are teaching a common course to all our first-year students on HIV/AIDS prevention. We have gone further and strengthened the peer HIV/AIDS educators. And most of the students here are peer educators who support their colleagues. I wish to invite you to enjoy the serene environment of Kibabii University, a conducive environment for learning. I hope you're going to recommend this university to somebody you meet when you get back home. With that, Chief Guest, I wish you a successful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our Vice Chancellor. Thank you for welcoming us into this great compound. And now, without much ado, Dr. Ruth Laibon-Masha, the CEO, to come and make her remarks and take us to another level of the program. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali anapokuja. Welcome.
Thank you very much, MC. Good afternoon. Chief guests, our governor, Your Excellency, our host. Allow us to take this opportunity to sincerely thank you and the people of Bungoma for hosting this year's World AIDS Day. Chief guest, the World AIDS Day was set aside in 1988. And it's a day that we are supposed to do two things. One, to remember those we have lost along the way. And two, to recommit as individuals, as government, as communities, that indeed we shall continue fighting HIV. As a country, we are committed to end AIDS by 2030. And that's why this day is very, very important. Chief guests, as part of the introduction, allow me just to run a few slides that allows us to see as a country where we are. My first message, which is the report Chief guest you're going to launch today, is that we are racing against time. We started a journey, and for that purpose, you'll allow me to request those who have been in this journey for more than 30 years to stand up. The people living with HIV who have been with us for those 38 years. Can you please stand up? Chief guests, allow me to take a minute to ask those who can step in front here, they could just step, because I think this is their day. And so that we can give the report jointly. Karibuni, yes. So we started this celebration by having our governor donate for us trees, and we came together as a community. We have planted 5,000 trees. So watu wa Bungoma, hiyo miti mkiona mjue sisi tulisaidia kupanda. So when we come back, the trees will grow, because that is how life grows too. And when we come back to Bungoma, we'll say this was a mark that Bungoma will be the first county to end AIDS as a public health threat. Yesterday, we had a candlelight moment. And again, we took a cake. We ate a cake, we had a candle, we had Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor. We danced, and we celebrated the lives of those with us. I know almost all of them. I have started this journey with most of them. I look here, I can see 37 years ago. Some of you are saying, where was I? But I started the journey as a very young child because there was HIV at our home. We were left with a child, and there was no medicine. And so I began that journey of seeking for such, for what can be done for a child to live. I always tell people that child now is a lawyer, and she's a manager. And that's why, on behalf of these people, we are really grateful to our partners in this room. Because when we were walking that journey, and they can tell you the story, there was no treatment. And one of the things that happened was we got assistance from elsewhere. American government, we want to salute you and thank you, represented here today, and you're going to speak later. We also have global countries coming together and establish the Global Fund. But most importantly, one important agency that was established was UNAIDS. UNAIDS then began to realize inequalities. UNAIDS began to show us that there were drugs elsewhere and there were no drugs for our people. And UNAIDS brought communities of people living with HIV together to demonstrate on the streets in Geneva, in New York, and demanded that the pharmaceutical industry must let go their patent rights so that you can get generics. Chief Gates, some of these people here, while you were working with Madam Deputy Governor in ActionAid, they used to walk into Parliament and put papers for parliamentarians to allow generics into this country. They are alive today and many more because of the work they did. That is why I'm standing here on their shoulders, because I'm only a mouthpiece. So the Race Against Time is indeed showing us that within this journey, something has happened. We were very comfortable. I've had young people tell me, I have seen ourselves being complacent, but something began to show and rear its head out. We then realized that as we were speaking, we were again growing another epidemic. As you can see, Chief Guest, majority of these people are older. But then, if I call the younger people getting HIV today, they would be also more and more. So we were stuck in a vicious circle. So last year, for the first time in 10 years, new HIV infections increased. And from around 32,000 to 34,000. And this was a warning sign. Something is amiss. And when we tried to look at where we are off track, we realized two things. One, we are off track children. And the reason we are off track with children, because we have allowed children to be mothers. So we are having a conversation with children on how to protect themselves from HIV and how to protect another child from HIV. Because we are dealing with something is not just a disease, but a society problem. And that's how the triple threat came to be. We examined the transmission rates. Chief Guest, none of the counties reached the 5%, less than 5% transmission rate we had envisioned in 2021. Indeed, as a country, we only reached 8.9%. We missed that target. In addition to that, while we are seeing Botswana, who have a high epidemic like ourselves, saying that the WHO has pre-validated them to eliminate new HIV infections among children, we are still stuck with more than 5,700 new infections among children. Wananchi, hiyo ni kitu mzuri. So we then began to ask ourselves, where are the new HIV infections coming from among children? One of the things that you're going to see is that the mother who transmits HIV is not on treatment. And even when she's on treatment, sometimes she drops off treatment during breastfeeding time or pregnancy time. And why does she have to drop treatment? It's because we are stigmatizing. And so they come to the facility, they are given education, but when they go to society, they get discriminated. The first question we had to deal with was when they were not breastfeeding. And now we said, there are drugs, let all mothers breastfeed. But now, this mother go home, the family support is still missing. The other challenge we are having is the new infections among young people. Chief Guest, if you look at the people who are getting HIV infections, they actually terminate at around the age of 44, going downwards. So you have children. But when you examine downwards, you're going to see from the ages of 15 to 29 and 15 to 24 are contributing majority of these infections. In fact, about 52%. The adolescents who we are coming here to speak about in terms of triple threat are also having the same challenge, and last year the new HIV infections also increased. Something else is of a concern for this year is the increasing number of child pregnancy, 10 to 14. So when children 10 to 14, we are counting last year 21,823. Those are the only ones that were reported within our system. We have many that are not reported. So who impregnated our 10-year-old child? Chief guests, we are lifting up the veil. We have to agree that we have incest. We have to agree that we have defilement. And we have to agree that sexual violence among children has reached a level that we have to say there is danger. Total adolescent pregnancies are also not being left behind. I also want to mention on that sexual violation, it is babies 0 to 9 that is also of a concern. If you look at the number of children last year, there were 2,912 children aged 0 to 9 who are attended in our facilities. Where are these children? Who is doing this? How do we sort out this challenge? When you look at the adolescent pregnancies again, we have been saying it is COVID. Chief guest, I want to correct, even before COVID, the data shows there was something wrong. In 2018, we had the highest numbers of teenage pregnancy in this country, 427,135, 2018. We are making progress. Last year, we had 300,016 and 187. So that progress is not fast enough. And we must start to see what we need to change. We also have interventions such as prophylaxis, PrEP, post-exposure prophylaxis. But when you look at our discordant couples, we are also not seeing them accessing the medicine. I know we have been speaking about commodities, but Dr. Muller here will tell you, even when commodities are available, we still are not accessing. So there's something we must do differently. We also have populations that I must speak about, and these are populations, we call them key populations. They're in conflict with the law. They are brothers and sisters. They live with us, sex workers, men who have sex with men, and people who inject drugs. Chief guests, in this area as a country, we have done well. And I think we need to clap for ourselves. In 2009, those populations were contributing about 33% of the new infections. In 2020, that contribution had gone to about 13%. So indeed, we have made progress. But within that cohort, we are having a challenge of one population of the ones who inject drugs. Not only have the numbers increased, but also the need for us to intervene. In 2015, we had about 45 of them that we had put on medically assisted therapy for them to normalize and for us to intervene with other interventions. By 2022, we have had around 8,557 of them in the program. This is not a cheap program, but it tells us something is not right. And we must start from a prevention lens. We must start by thinking, what is alcohol doing to these young people? Wanafunzi wa Kibabii. Muko, the bottle you're taking today, it looks very nice. It is peer pressure, but addiction is a disease. What starts as a nice thing to do ends up being a disease that is very expensive. Chief guest, I recently met with a classmate in a get-together, and I looked at him, and the only thing I could remember, it was him staggering in college. He would be staggering. And when I met him, he had yellow eyes. And he was telling me about his liver and what has been happening to him. I'm sure these young people here may not resonate. Those are many years ago, but I'm meeting an adult with liver issues, and I can remember him staggering in college. What you're being told today, a nice thing to do, may not be nice. We know that young people are being cheated. The first heroin dose is free. The second is free. The third, you start paying for it. You start stealing, and then you get to jail. We then have a problem in prison. In fact, Dr. Mula will tell you, one of the programs you're doing is to then help those people inject drugs in prison. So the challenge becomes more and more because of something we could have controlled. Chief guest, on behalf of these people here behind me, AIDS-related deaths also began to increase. And for the first time, where we had celebrated that we had saved more lives, we saw a 14%, almost 15% increase in the number we lost of AIDS-related illnesses. And of this, there were 8,291 men older than 30 years and above, as compared to 6,923 women of the same age. So why are men dying? We have looked at the data. Men are dying because they are not getting tested, and when they get tested, they don't stay on treatment, and then because they don't stay on treatment, they don't get a viral load to undetectable levels, and therefore we lose them. Chief guest, indeed, we find men in the TB clinic. And by the time we find them, it is almost in a situation that we can't reverse. Across the country, we know that those deaths increased in 35 counties. But let me just point out a certain county, not to shame or name, but just to say, as partners, we need to go there and check Samburu County. And those counties are counties we are leaving behind. We are leaving behind because we think that they don't have a large epidemic, but they are losing lives. So we must save because every life counts. For the men, similarly, we must do something. We are also leaving children behind. We find mothers in the hospital taking their medication, but not the children. Sometimes we doubt the data until one of the guys who developed the model told us, so you want to tell me your mothers give birth, so where do the children go? And we kept quiet because we knew that their mothers go into the clinic and leaving their children without medication. So we must do something. I must also say, finally, that we must look at aging with HIV. Some of these people here have established what is called the elderly network of people living with HIV. And they understand one thing, that as you age with HIV, something else sets in, cancer. We lost Joe Morioki. Where is Joe Morioki's son? Here he is. Joe Morioki was the first person who braved stigma and walked inside a media station and said, I am living with HIV, and went around schools, went around churches, telling people that he had HIV. And his son is here because he has taken over from the son, and from the father. And what he's saying, he wants to work on comorbidities. His father did not die of HIV. He lived with HIV, he got the drugs, but he died of colon cancer. So he has taken a journey, and he's going everywhere telling us we must treat comorbidities. And he did. Unataka kusalimia wananchi? Aya, salimiana.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Praise God. I am Eric Munyere Murioki, and I am grateful to my dad and all these people standing here. Thank you very much, madam, for giving me the opportunity. Mbarikiwe sana.
Thank you very much. And indeed, Anisia allowed to take a clip of her in our report. And I'm pointing at her because she got COVID last year. And then she called me and said, first of all, she texted and she was in ICU. But then later she said, I thought I was going to die of HIV. But then I found myself wanting to die of COVID. And I decided, no, I cannot live 37 years and be taken away by COVID. So she now is reminding us that we must equip every hospital, because she says she was lucky. She was in Kenyatta University Hospital. But then she's saying those others with HIV who also got COVID, many of them succumbed because, of course, of the immunity issues. So she's calling us out for that. Finally, I know they have been on our neck for commodity security. And I must admit, I think we've never gotten a better cabinet secretary. Because when she was appointed, I clapped my hands, I said, she knows the supply chain in and out. She knows even how you can't just walk and bring the drugs tomorrow. She knows the length of time. She knows the industry. And I can assure you, as we give her support as technocrats, she shall be able to solve this issue. So we are promising the journey ahead is tough, but we'll do everything possible. And I know she's committed to do that. We also want to say that indeed, the gaps are there, but we also appreciate this group. Chief guest, when we had a challenge on ARVs and we were splitting the drugs, there was an uproar. But then I called them, I said, which is better? Tell me the solution. Should I let you keep your 3 months drug and let your sister or brother die? And this group, they are the only ones who came and supported me and said, split the drugs. Tell the ministry we are okay with that. So we want to thank you because you have been an intergenerational change that you want to achieve today. Thank you very much, and indeed, we are privileged to have you. Asanteni sana. So, chief guest, without breath, allow me to invite partners who are not going to salute the long salutation. Your Excellency, the Governor will allow us to cut short that part. I would like June to tell me if I should proceed, or do you want to break into a song or dance, or I think we should proceed because of time. Proceed. So allow me to call the representative of NEFAC, and because June is a very able MC, he did make for us all salutations so that you don't have to struggle with the guests. Karibu sana to make your remarks.
Thank you, Rob. The chief guest, Dr. Rosi Wafula, Susan Wafula, the Governor Bungoma, His Excellency, Ken Lusaka, all protocols observed. Good afternoon. As Ruth Master said, one lazy day we meet to remember those who have left us on their way and also to make new commitments on how we can end AIDS in the year 2030. So that we remember those who have left us behind, I will ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to stand in 1 minute in honor of those who have left us for a minute, just 1 minute silence. Thank you. Yeah, it has not been easy. This journey has been fought by those who have left us, the pioneers. You have been told of Joe Morioki. They are others who started this journey. They are the people who have made us strong, to be strong the way we are, to stand before you people and talk the way we are talking. You have seen the team that was introduced. That's the NEFAC team. NEFAC team also has KEP population and adolescent and young people. This is the umbrella body of the people doing the HIV in Kenya. But we are saying we have a very small statement we are passing in the 47 counties of Kenya in inclusive of the national government. We are saying we want, and we are saying this, we are saying we want HIV back on the agenda. On the budget, AIDS is not over. The response is in danger. We need money to equalize. Why are we saying this? The donor funding, HIV programs in Kenya, so much we depend on donor funding. We don't have our local mechanisms now to fund our programs. And Your Excellency, the Governor, before you joined, the director in that of health, sanitation in your county, had met at Max here, and he was asking for political goodwill so that we can be able to increase funding in the county. And I know you are coming from the national government. You are our speaker. You are going to mobilize this MCA so they can also increase this budget so that the HIV activities can be improved in this country. Madam Susan, as Ruth has said, we are very lucky to have you as our cabinet secretary. We request you, please, lobby the leadership so that the funding for HIV is increased. Otherwise, we cannot be able to eradicate HIV/AIDS in the year 2030, as it is said. Those of you who are senior like me, late 80s, we were being told that the year 2020, every household will have piped water. Has it happened? So we should also look at the trends that we are moving with HIV, because what we have heard from here, new HIV is increasing, men are dying, and that one should worry us, because this issue of that if your wife was only for pregnancy test, and the test is negative, wona sema hiyo iko sawa. Me, I'm also negative. We also have disconnected couples that in a family, one can be positive, the other one can be negative. So, as men, let's come forward, let's embrace testing so that we can eradicate this HIV/AIDS. I want to say, because of the interest of time, I want to say we are asking the government, please increase funding so that we have domestic funding for HIV response. Otherwise, we are very thankful for having been invited in this forum, and we shall be partner with the relevant ministries, particularly the National Syndemic Disease Control Council, led by our CEO and the chair here. And we are very grateful for working together. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Thank you very much. You saw June speaking to me, and he said, you must keep time. So for the next people I'm calling, kindly know that I am under instruction and due influence from someone else. It is not me. So with that breath, Dr. Samuel Kinyajui, kindly please step and make your remarks really short because of time. Thank you.
So, Chief Guest and Excellency Governor, Bungoma County, all protocols observed, I am grateful to stand before you and this congregation, first aware that this day is set aside mainly to commemorate the gains, to appreciate the challenges, and to map out the way forward. So I'd like to just mention a few that makes me grateful as a member of the KCEM and also as a representative of the CSOs. We know that Kenya has made great strides from the days our prevalence was up to 10%, now to 4.2. We know that we are grateful that over 90% of Kenyan population know their HIV status. We are ranked among the top 3 countries who have done that in Africa. And grateful that over 84% of our people who know their status, who live with HIV infection, are on treatment. Stigma has reduced drastically in many places. However, we have concerns. Some of the concerns have been mentioned here. The increasing number of children who are who are exposed to HIV, who are getting infected. We know the current technologies that's available. We should not be having any children getting infected. It means there's a complacency at some point. Now we can be able to amend this. I think the children is one of the populations that we should not let get infected. We are aware also of the increasing number of sexually transmitted infections. And this is a herald that tells us that HIV infection is on the increase. Deaths, we also have the technology to prevent premature deaths of persons living with HIV. The question I'm asking, and the civil society is asking, where are the gaps? We have the tools, we have the technology, we have the skills, we have the manpower. Where are the challenges? I want to appreciate also that you understand this major problem that we've been having over the last 3 years of supply chain. We have mothers who are expecting. We've not been able to test them on time, and therefore risking them transmitting the virus to the children. The other situation we have noted is that while mothers come for ANC at antenatal clinic, most of them are coming too late, towards the end of their pregnancy. So even if we test them and put them on treatment, there is no time for seroconversion, and therefore we are risking the children. Number two, we have the challenges of the virus suppression. All these things are related to the supply chain, but also they are related to a situation that I think is a problem of growth, that Kenya is now considered a middle income country, and as a result, we are losing the support we've got from our international partners that have been very important for us. I believe it accounts for nearly 75 to 80% of the support. Losing such as a funding has become almost impossible. On behalf of the civil society, I think if I don't make the next point, I may be getting in trouble with my civil society. That at the county level, Your Excellency the Governor, at the county level, a lot of the time is the TB, HIV program, they feel like orphans. They look at the budget and feel like orphans because they are not included, and they are dependent most of the time entirely on the national government and development partners. Finally, we have a situation of very important people called community health workers. Sometimes we call them community volunteers, and when I hear the word volunteer, it's a situation where the partner or whoever is supporting them does not want to pay them for the services they give to the society. We know that the services they offer are valuable and strongly appreciate and recommend that they be included in a way to compensate them for their services. Finally, for the young people, I think we cannot talk about prevention without talking about condom. Condom not only prevents HIV, it prevents STIs, it prevents unintended pregnancy. It's our triple shield, and I appreciate if we can ensure it's available. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I am informed for the next speakers, you just greet and say one or two messages so that we can save time. But I think the one who saved already 2 minutes by coming ahead of us. So allow me to welcome Brian Retman. Brian is our new country coordinator for Presidential Emergency Fund. Let's not go all those names. It's called PEPFAR, Emergency Fund. And before you speak, I think we need to appreciate the American government. Let's all appreciate them for that. Brian, in Africa, you're able to send greetings abroad. So please, end the clap. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Dr. Masha, and I will say all protocols observed. Thank you, CS and Governor. Ever since December 1st, 1983, we've decided to set aside this day to remember the 39 million lives that have been lost, but also to really take a look at the work that we do and celebrate the work that we do and the lives that have been saved, as well as the individuals who are living with HIV. It was really so inspirational to see everyone on stage and just the stories that we're hearing. So I'm grateful for those stories, and I'm hoping to continue to understand more as I continue working here in Kenya. The President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, as was described, has invested more than $100 billion globally. But here in Kenya, it's been over $1 trillion shillings that have been invested since the beginning. And we're proud to work in concert with the government of Kenya, and tremendous progress has been made. We're currently over 1.2 million people on treatment, and those individuals living with HIV are truly living with HIV. So again, fantastic. Through our joint efforts, we're on the verge of epidemic control. And we need to continue to find those last individuals and get them on treatment in order to stem the tide. In 2023, PEPFAR will be celebrating our 20th anniversary, and we're really reinvigorating the global response in countries such as Kenya to achieve the shared vision of ending HIV/AIDS pandemic by 2030, while also sustainably strengthening public health systems. We'll be releasing a new strategy that's called Fulfilling America's Promise to End the HIV/AIDS Pandemic by 2030, and it has 5 pillars and 3 enablers that I think are going to be critical as we move forward. Those pillars are health equity, sustaining the response, health systems, transformative partnerships, and following the science. And I'm really glad for Dr. Masha's slides to really see where the new information is going so that we can understand the data and understand that science. The enablers are community leadership, innovation, and data. Again, data is really critical for us to understand where and how to do the work that we do. We do, of course, still have a lot of work to do, and the progress we've made towards epidemic control can be readily reversed without focused, sustained, and equitable action focused on both maintaining the gains made against HIV/AIDS and protecting against the emerging infectious disease threats. PEPFAR will continue to provide support to ensure that people of all ages, genders, population groups have equitable access to life-saving HIV prevention and treatment services. Equally important, PEPFAR also supports policies and systems that need to deliver effective, efficient, and sustainable health care, including for HIV, even in times of great public health challenges, such as COVID. I also want to thank PEPFAR's implementing partners for continuing to provide services and to use science to bring innovation and to their interventions. PEPFAR's investments in Kenya have supported HIV services at over 2,800 community health centers, community health clinics, and labs, has trained thousands of healthcare workers and enhanced disease monitoring, provided supply chain support, health and laboratory information systems, built community capabilities, and applied routine and rapid analysis of data for decision making. We will continue to collaborate with the government and communities to support enabling environments to erase barriers to quality HIV services, such as stigma and discrimination. So in closing, I'd like to express my sincere appreciation to the Kenyan government for the leadership and progress in the HIV response, and a special thank you to all the healthcare workers throughout Kenya. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Brian. And yes, indeed, we are looking forward to the new PEPFAR strategy. And allow me now to invite Dr. Medine. Please come. And Dr. Medine is from UNAIDS, and she'll be representing the United Nations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Masha. Chief guest, CS for Ministry of Health, Your Excellency, the Governor of Bungoma. It's my honor to speak on behalf of the United Nations family in Kenya and my own behalf at this very important event where we commemorate World AIDS Day. The global theme for World AIDS Day is equalize, because we have so many inequalities. My executive director, Ms. Winnie Byanyima, she launched the 2022 World AIDS Day report in Tanzania, and she called it dangerous inequalities, because the fact or the evidence has shown us there is a lot of inequality that is driving or adding fuel to the epidemic. So it's very important that we are focusing on the inequalities. In Kenya, we don't only focus on the challenges or limitations, but we also need to celebrate the successes that the nation has achieved in reducing new HIV infection, but also becoming one of the largest ART program in the region. So congratulations to that, and we want to build on this success. The Global AIDS Strategy has 3 main focus areas. I don't want to go into details, but I want to highlight on the structural barriers that speaks to the national theme that is addressing gender-based violence, stigma and discrimination, but also looking at what are the criminalizing environment that we have so that it doesn't push back people from accessing services. I want to say that Kenya is becoming vice chair of the UNAIDS governing board starting January 2023, that is next year, in fact 1 month away. And then in 2024, it will become the chair of the governing board that will give an opportunity for Kenya not only to shape the global response, but also become a model for the African region where we see the highest burden of the epidemic. We know that 63% of the global epidemic is concentrated in the African region. So we count on your leadership, CS, to really lead by example so that we can end triple threat, but also ending AIDS. And finally, I want to say on behalf of the UN family once again, we have a UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework that was launched in July for the next 5 years, where we partner with government, communities, all stakeholders to end inequalities and end AIDS, and we are committed to work with you to make sure that Kenya achieve its Vision 2030 and all development aspirations. I thank you and congratulations once again for Bungoma for hosting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Governor. That is Dr. Medine, who came with food. Yes, so we need to clap for her. She brought a little basket that will be handing over to you in a short while. So at this juncture, we have finished with our partners, and so we want to just allow our government colleagues. Today, we are joined by the Ministry of Interior and Government Coordination. Mwanya, he can just come briefly and wave and just say a short word. Ministry of Interior is our partner in the triple threat elimination. They are the implementing partners. They also are taking charge with the Nyumba Kumi initiative to address this challenge. One of the things that we are going to do with them is training chiefs, Nyumba Kumi, plus the community health volunteers. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Daktari. Our chief guests and all other participants. I'm from the Ministry of Internal Security and National Administration. In the ministry, we appreciate the fact that there is a problem if the rate of infection is rising. And because of this, we have strict instructions from our CS, Professor Kithure Kidiki, to cooperate with all organizations, institutions, and government agencies that are addressing this problem. So I want to assure you, Madam CS, that you have friends, you have partners who will support you from the national level down to the sub-location so that you can be able to achieve your initiatives. We will also support activities from the county government. Your Excellency the Governor, be assured that we are with you. Any initiative that you have, let us be involved and we will support you to the end. As the CEO has said, what we are going to do, one of them is to rekindle our fight against triple threat issues by retraining and sensitizing all our government administrators as from next year so that they can approach this issue with knowledge. We will train all of them with support from Madam CEO so that we can be able to address child pregnancies. We can be able to take our girls back to school. We can be able to allow smooth transition from primary school to secondary school for our girls so that we minimize their chance of engaging in illicit sex. We also want the support of everybody, every leader, religious leaders, political leaders, in addressing some retrogressive cultural and non-cultural practices that our people are practicing. Cases like resettlement of sexual violence cases outside court, we don't allow this, but members of public are encouraging it. We in the Ministry of Interior, we don't encourage that. Those are criminal acts, and the police should take over and prosecute them. So we are asking all political leaders, religious leaders, and everybody in the community to support us reduce these retrogressive practices, either cultural or non-cultural. We will finally request, when we take a case to court, we are asking for evidence, we are asking for witnesses to come forward. Because when you take some of these cases to court, people do not want to come and give evidence. Finally, some cases drop. So with that one, I want to assure everybody that we will partner with you. The Ministry of Interior will partner with you in addressing these issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Chief guest, we have, I would like to invite Dr. Mulwa so that he can recognize the chairpersons. Today we have chairpersons from a couple of agencies within your ministry who are present here. We also have board members that have accompanied here, accompanied their chairs. We have the principal of Medical Training College, who has been our host also together with the government. Is she here? The county government? Please wave wherever you are. Oh, there she is. She's been amazing. And the KMTC students have really been part of the organizing team, including joining the Kibabii students for everything. As Dr. Mulo comes in, we also have other chairpersons. I don't know, other CEOs who are present. Please wave wherever you are. We may not have everyone speak because of time. Oh, I can see that's a Camry. Yes, Camry is represented here. I think NHIF is also represented. NHIF, where are you? Okay. I think they are outside. And then we have our cancer and our key partner, the NCPD. So, karibu Dr. Mulo.
Thank you very much, Dr. Masha. Our CS, the Cabinet Secretary in the Ministry of Health, Madam Susan Wafula, His Excellency the Governor of Bungoma, Governor Lusaka, our partners, all protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Mulembe mwesi. Mulembe soa. Mulembe soa. I think I am excited to join you today in today's event, having attended World AIDS Day celebrations from the year 2013 to date. I want to affirm that this is the largest crowd I've ever attended in any of the last 10 or so World AIDS Day celebrations. So, Your Excellency and your team, congratulations for making this event very, very big and graceful. Your Excellency and CS, I want to recognize what Dr. Masha has shared with us, a reflection of the journey and the areas that we need to improve. And indeed, when I was listening, I realized, seated here, and anyone who has spoken in this podium has failed the young people and the children of this country. We have even forgotten, Madam CS, to invite a young person and to hear their story. That is indeed how our approach sometimes misses the point. The response of HIV to HIV/AIDS of yesteryears, I have actually been thinking I'm young. Indeed, I'm young. But when I talk to the adolescents and young people who frequent my office, I realize I am actually an ancestor. That is indeed a fact. And I want to break protocol a bit and invite one young person, Frederick Omanyala, the athlete, to speak to our young people. Karibu Omanyala.
Asante sana. It's indeed a pleasure to stand in front of such a great crowd. Thank you, Mr. Governor, for allowing us to come and commemorate this day here in Bungoma. All protocol observed first. Good afternoon. I come from this county. I come from Tongaren, and I've been brought up in this county. And yeah, I've lived like most of my lives here in this county. I've learned at Friends School Kamsinga, then later on went to Nairobi. So today we are here because the World AIDS Day. And my message to the youth, live a purposeful life. I understand the body wants a lot of pleasure. The body will want what your mind doesn't want, but it's your mind that controls your body. So if you feel that you really, really need to do this, please use protective measures, because it's our bodies that we're putting in line anytime we go out and interact with different people. And we're here today because we are commemorating this day, and we remember and honor those people who have died. Over 2 million people have died because of HIV. And I'm in partnership with AIDS Healthcare Foundation, which is a non-profitable organization which has really worked in different projects and different campaigns. And I'm in a verge of creating my own foundation. One of the main objectives of this foundation will be because of health. And I'll be happy to partner with the different organizations so that we can do different projects and different campaigns to use my influence as a young person to reach to different people in this country. So anybody who is willing to partner with me, you are so much welcome. And people have been talking here about interfering with school children. You see, it's very sad to see a country that where we are now, civilized country, civilized generation, that we are ending up to talk about teenage pregnancies. Tuachane na watoto wamalize shule. If you love kids who go to school, please buy your wife a school uniform. Mnunulie school uniform. Hata kama ni zote za hii country. Every day she changes. Ukikuja home unaona wife amevaa school uniform, unafurahi. So please, let's leave children who are in school. One last thing, the gender-based violence. It's very sad to see our young men and women die because of gender-based violence. And I'll advise you, if you're in a relationship or a marriage that is physical, it's better to walk out, because it will start with a slap, and the next thing will be a burial. So please, don't entertain physicality in your relationships. And now that I'm an athlete and I've made it in this sport, Mr. Governor, please, I know there are so many structures that we can come up with to develop talent in this county. And I believe there's so much talent in this county. And the only problem that we need to do is just to tap them and nurture them, because we are getting into a world that there's not going to be employment. The white-collar jobs are now getting minimal. And now, me being an example, I've used my talent as a career. Now I'm being paid to run. You can also be paid to do what you love the most. And never be afraid to do something different. I took a risk and did something different, and that's made me who I am today. So don't follow peer pressure. Don't let your parents sway you into doing something that you don't love. Passion will win the day, and please don't be afraid to do something different. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much, Frederick Omanyala. Frederick Omanyala is the fastest man in Africa, and soon to be the fastest man in the world. Madam CS, I left my phone in the podium when Frederick was speaking, and I was a bit anxious because he is the fastest man in the world. So I wasn't sure that if he decides to take a run, whether anyone here would get him. On a light touch, comrades power. Comrades power. I want to have a short discussion with the young people seated in this room. Frederick has spoken to you, and we have to take responsibility as young people today. Why I give him the opportunity outside the protocol is because I know he is your influencer. You look up to him. You know what he has been able to achieve, and you can as well do it. You will not do it if you are not responsible over yourself and the younger generation. I end there. Madam CS and Your Excellency, I now want to invite the chairperson of the National Systemic Disease Control Council, Mr. Gitu, to make remarks and in turn invite the chairperson of the National Population Council to make remarks on the behalf of the sagas that are represented here. Karibu, Chairman.
CS, Ministry of Health, Madam Susan Nakumicha, Governor, Bungoma County, His Excellency Kenneth Lusaka, all protocols observed. Habari zenu. I'm very delighted to be here today, and it is a great day when I see everyone here concerned with fighting HIV and the triple threat. Our chief guest, on behalf of National Endemic Disease Control Council, I thank you for joining us today and accepting to grace the 34th National Commemoration of the World AIDS Day. This year's global theme, Equalize, is a call to end inequalities that have slowed down progress in HIV response worldwide. In Kenya, the call for end of new HIV infections, pregnancies, and sexual gender-based violence among adolescents doubled. The triple threat is key to equalize our society. Mabibi na mabwana, Equalize is about embracing persistence, resilience, and empathy for others. In HIV response, we have witnessed the power of transformational leadership that has led to scientific breakthroughs, global solidarity, and generosity to expand access to services for all. We acknowledge all our partners for the success we have seen in the HIV response across the globe. We recommit to the 95-95-95 targets of ensuring that 95% achievement on knowledge and HIV and access to treatment and viral suppression. In 2021, 92% of Kenyans living with HIV are aware of their HIV status. Of those who know their status, 78% are on HIV treatment, and 74% of those are on treatment have achieved viral suppression. We call upon all of you to join us to achieve the national target, ending AIDS as a public health threat by 2030. We can end stigma and allow those scared of accessing services to do so without fear of discrimination. Let us equalize and save lives and end new HIV infections in Kenya. As I conclude, I would want to wish all of you festive wishes, prosperity of the new year, 2023. And I also want to say, I think the Western region is a very, very lucky region. You have leaders who are performers. I have had the advantage or privilege to have interacted with quite a number of your governors, Your Excellency Lusaka in where I come from. I also interacted with another governor from His Excellency Natembea. I've also interacted with Baraza in the tea industry, and you people have hard workers. To add it all, we have our CS, Susan. Everybody who meets you says you're an excellent person. May God bless you. And thank you all. Merry Christmas. Happy New Year. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot to invite my colleague, Honorable David Goge, to say a few remarks. Thank you.
Our chief guest, Madam Susan, my friend, His Excellency, the governor for this region, Ken Lusaka, the representatives of the national government, all protocols observed. I had a long speech, which on account of time, I will not read, but I only want to say one or two things. National Council for Population and Development was set up in 1982, and our mandate is to coordinate and advise the government on matters population and development. We work very, very closely with this institution, NAC, which now has changed its name to Syndemic, blah, blah, blah. We work very, very closely. In fact, some people think that we are housed in the Ministry of Health. We are not. We are housed in the Treasury and Planning Ministry, the Department of Planning. On behalf of all the sagas who are here, I want to thank Ken Lusaka and also my colleague, the chairman, and Marsha for organizing this conference. Now, there's only one word I want to say to Madam CS. This battle will only be won if we have multi-sectoral coordinated approach. And as NCPD, our mandate is to coordinate and advise the government. Already, we are running late on the time limits that we set for ourselves, not only on HIV, AIDS, and these other emerging issues of teenage pregnancies, but all other development issues. So I would encourage that this multi-sectoral cooperation be exercised all throughout the government so that we can achieve the goals that we want to achieve. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate the two chairs of the sagas who have spoken here. Tumwapigie makofi jameni. I now want to call the official MC, Mr. June Ogola, to take over the program from now. We also recognize the chair of the National Cancer Institute. Yes. The chair, where is he? Okay. We recognize any chair or any representative of government institution that may feel they have been missed in this occasion, feel appreciated. To appreciate mahali walipo tafadhali. Asanteni, MC take over.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andrew Mulwa. Thank you all the chairpersons who have talked here, our chief guests, and our governor. You're wondering why people are seated and relaxed. We had a very nice time in the morning since 9 o'clock, and we snacked in between. It was a very nice snack. Comrades, power! Oh, the power is still there. Niliwaambia, ikishuka tutapandisha. Allow me, chief guest. Allow me, we were well taken care of. Allow me to bridge this gap as we come to near end before I go to other level of the program with only 2 people to speak and our chief guest. Allow me to bring one person. To break the monotony of us seated for long, allow me to bring Moi Jr. You know, Mzee Moi left, but Moi left as a Moi Jr. There's somebody here who is coming with a special song, Mama, 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 because Mheshimiwa Madam CS, Mama. Mheshimiwa Deputy Governor, mama. Mheshimiwa Laibon Masha, mama. Kwa hivyo anakuja na wimbo mama, 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 mama.
DJ, 1 minute. 1 minute. Basi, Your Excellency, Waziri, Madam Susan, I'll be very brief. That's why I don't have the written speech. Ndaongea tu haraka haraka. Nataka kwanza kabisa, Madam Waziri, simama kidogo tu. Tunyoroshe makofi ya Nyayo. Wewe ni product ya Moi. Simama kidogo tu 1 minute. Nyorosha makofi ya Nyayo. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Asanteni, ketini. Na hata mkimwangalia, kwa sababu Mungu anafanya mambo ya maajabu. Angalia, waziri ni mama. Excellency, Deputy Governor ni mama. CEO Ruth Masha ni mama. Na hata mkiwaangalia wote ni product ya Moi. Mzee Moi alisema ya kwamba watoto wa kike wasome. Akaanzisha Moi Girls Kenya mzima. Kila bahali. Moi Girls, Moi Girls, Moi Girls. Hata wengine wakaanza kusema Moi anapenda wanawake, nani hapendi? Kwa hivyo nataka kusema ya kwamba Your Excellency, kwanza kabisa wacha nianze na wewe kwa sababu niko kwako, na niseme pia pokea salamu za George Natembea, baba yangu, sio baba wa kiroho, baba ya county ya Trans Nzoia. His Excellency George Natembea amekusalimia sana, na mimi najua ni rafiki yako. Basi na wewe pia unajua watu wa Bungoma wana imani na wewe. Wakati ulikuwa gavana hapa, ukaenda ukakuwa tena speaker, tena ukarudi. Ni kwa sababu ukiwa Nairobi simu yako hukuweka wanawake ya Safaricom. Ukipiga simu haukuwahi funga. Kuna wengine wakienda Nairobi wanafunga simu. Ukipiga simu unasikia wanawake ya Safaricom. Sorry, the mobiles to try back cannot be reached. Kwa hivyo pigieni His Excellency makofi. Hakusahau watu ya Bungoma. Hakusahau watu ya Bungoma. Asante sana. Kwa sababu my brother MC is just on my shoulder. Kuhakikisha kwamba namaliza haraka haraka. Nilete baba nisilete? Nilete baba nisilete? MC ni raia wamesema, sio mimi. Na Your Excellency unajua ya kwamba hata Wamanyala amesema kwamba mtu anakula talanta yake. Nikimaliza ndakuja ufanye vile ulikuwa unafanya Nairobi nikikuja huko. Bas, wacha nilete baba dakika moja atusalimie. Alafu nitaleta His Excellency Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Aya. Amjambo ninja Bungoma. Mulembe. Unajua mimi ni mchukuu namba 13 ya Nabongo Myovanga. Wewe nikiwa hapa niko nyumbani. Excellency na waziri, hiyo macho ilileta shida kidogo kwa sababu ya tear gas. Tear gas ilikuwa mingi kweli kweli. Lakini mimi nataka kusema kwa sababu kiongozi ni Mungu anachagua. Gavana William Samoei Ruto yuko mbele amefunga bao, nikamwambia vijana mambo ya TV mtela la ria wachane naye. Kwa hivyo sasa nasema asanteni sana na tuendelee na tusonge mbele kama Wakenya. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema ya kwamba wacha nilete His Excellency atusalimie dakika moja, alafu nilete wimbo ya mama. Nilete His Excellency nisilete? Basi wacha nilete dakika moja atusalimie, alafu mambo itakuwa mazuri sana. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Watu ya Bungoma, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba, na unaona ya kwamba vile tulisema ndio vile tumefanya. Si mnaona hii maneno? Nilisema ya kwamba nikiwa pale mbele nitaangalia nyuma, niangalie bandei, si mnaona anakumicha kwa hapa. Si nilisema nitamleta na sasa mmepata. Alafu nikaona sasa unajua huyu mjamaa naye alikaa sana huko bunge, akakuja hapa akajitetea akawahi. Sasa nikasema wacha niangalie baba wa Roma. Si baba wa Roma sasa pia naye tumemleta huko. Si mambo iko sawa sawa? Ama nyinyi mko na maneno gani watu wa Bungoma? Hivyo mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba tushikane pamoja, tusonge mbele. Uwe ni mtu wa Kenya kwanza, uwe ni mtu wa Azimio, uwe ni mtu wa Wajakoya, mtu ya bangi, nyoka, pamoja na makengele ya fisi, si tusonge mbele tujenge Kenya, my friend. Na sasa tumeanzisha funds ya watu ile bottom up. Tulianza jana *5*254 hash. Na sasa hiyo your excellency ya watu wako na pesa kwa simu sasa hii. Umeweka pesa ama namna gani my friend? Si pesa iko sasa. Sasa hiyo iko sawa sawa, na mimi nataka kusema wamama ya biashara, wamama ya kufanya biashara, wale mlikuwa mnausia mboga chini pamoja na nyanya, sasa si mnaweza weka kwa hilo baro tusonge mbele my friend, ama namna gani? Kwa hivyo kwa haya machache, DJ wachilia kiasi. Mama ninakupenda, I love you mama. John, mimi najua natoka State House, hatuwezi kosana. Hivi tu watu tunafanya. Weka huko, weka hiyo mama nakupenda. Na nishikie hii tangaza mjaa. Makofi kidogo jamani. Makofi ya mama. Mama, mimi ninakupenda. Sauti kidogo. Mama nakupenda. Mama yangu wewe kipenzi cha moyo. Mama. Mama nakupenda. Daktari nakumicha. Waziri nakumicha. Mama tunakupenda sana. Dr. Masha. Jennifer, Deputy Governor. Makofi iko wapi jamani? Mama uliniambia sitaishi nawe daima. Utaniachia walimwengu wema na wabaya. Lakini murani niishi nao salama. Mama kipenzi cha moyo wangu. Tangu niache mama miaka 13. Ulioniambia mama nimeyaona kwa macho. Wizi, kiburi, ni jela ama kifo. Ulinisaidia mama kipenzi cha moyo. Mama nakupenda. Mama hata gavana uliletwa na mama duniani. Waziri wetu. Mama nakupenda. Mama nakumicha waziri. Kipenzi cha moyo wangu. Wamekata. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that break. Thank you, Moi Jr. His legend lives. Thank you. At this moment, our chief guests allow me to bring on stage with a lot of humility the Deputy Commissioner, County Commissioner of Bungoma to come and give his remarks and in turn invite the next speaker. Karibu. Bwana Commissioner.
I'm told. Dr. Susan Wafula, the CS Secretary, Minister of Health, Your Excellency, the Governor, Ken Lusaka, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon once again. Mine is so short to welcome all our visitors to Bungoma, to feel at home, and to thank the ministry for hosting this function. It has been a long time since Bungoma hosted these national functions. So I hope the governor, by the end of the year, next year the stadium will be ready so we can have a national function next year, so you can bring all people here in board. So those few remarks, at this juncture I'd like to welcome Your Excellency, the Governor Bungoma, to make his remark and invite the chief guest. So tumkaribishe kwa makofi. Moja, mbili, tatu. Karibu Governor.
Thank you very much. Our our chief guest, who is our CS, Minister of Health, Dr. Susan Wafula Nakhumicha. All protocol observed in the interest of time. Allow me first and foremost to welcome all of you to Bungoma County on behalf of the people of Bungoma to our great county. Secondly, let me thank the people of Bungoma profusely for bringing me back to this space. Sitawai sahau. It's not easy to be voted for, to lose and come back. Most of the times you lose and go and disappear from the political scene, but the people of Bungoma have been gracious enough to give me yet another opportunity. Secondly, I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate Madam Susan for this very well-deserved appointment as the CS Health. We feel greatly honored as people from this region, and we want to thank His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto for that appointment and for honoring what he promised during the campaigns. Thirdly, I would like to thank the organizers, Madam Masha and your team, for making this look the way it looks today. I've also been around in several of these functions, but I must admit that this is very well organized. It deserves a standing ovation as a national event. We are very happy and very, very, very proud as Bungoma to host this year's World National AIDS Day. Bungoma is strategically located because we are on transit, and that's why the numbers have been going up. And therefore, we've just come here as a wake-up call to see what we can do to address this problem. I remember last time, when I was a governor, I challenged the people that we do a public testing of HIV. When I looked behind, the line was not there, everybody had disappeared, I was the only one. I want to encourage you that it's important to know your status. Because when you know your status, if you are positive, you will not infect others. If you are positive, you will be more careful in the way you operate. So I want to encourage all those who are here that after this you can go and check. Normally it's very confidential. These days it takes very few minutes. The first time I checked, 15 minutes were like 3 hours. Because even if you are sure, you are not sure until the results show negativity. But I want to say to one of the problems that has contributed to that is because of being on the highway with truck drivers, especially on the northern corridor. The main flash points other than Kandui and Bukembe include Mariakani, Mulolongo, Salga, and Malaba. So we're not saying that they are positive, but you see the chances of transmission are very high because they are on transit. So we want just to be very careful, and we want to do everything possible to ensure that we don't get infected or get affected. I know we have been affected in one way or another. But we want to encourage everyone to know their status, like I've said, because HIV/AIDS is not a death sentence the way you have seen. You can live with it if you are diagnosed early enough. You can be able to live longer. We were going around with the CS, and we came across some very well packaged condoms. And we said, no, if people think out of the box and package them that way, people will be encouraged to buy. Because what happens when people go to the supermarket, they feel shy. They say, utanipatia hiyo kitu ama utafanya nione vile nitaipata. So people are people feel shy. But I think when they package them well, I think the uptake will be high and you'll be protected. So if you can't prevent yourself, make sure that you protect yourself. And I think we have come to accept that we are all stakeholders. I know when HIV first came, we were in denial. And we spent a lot of time arguing and saying, well, is it there or is it not there? And I asked myself the question, when a snake attacks you, do you first of all, what do you do first? Do you kill it, or you start asking whether it's red, blue, or yellow and where it has come from? I think the first thing is to kill it, then you can now get into the narrative conversation of where it has come from. So I think we are now there. We now know, we want to encourage everybody to know their status, and our youth must restrain themselves, discouraging the sponsor mentality. And then we are committed as a county to seek greater partnership with other stakeholders to make sure that we also confront the challenges that we have of HIV and AIDS. Omanyala, I want to thank you, and I want to assure you that I already have thanked you so much. We feel proud of you. And if you go to Mount Elgon, a place called Chemoge, I'm putting up a high altitude training center for sports, for athletes, because I knew that people like Omanyala will come from this, I mean, they come from here, and we'll have more of them coming to visit us. Because I know we have been sitting here for a long time. We also want to assure you that we are doing empowerment programs, women empowerment, youth empowerment, because one of the challenges that we face is poverty. Poverty has contributed a lot of to these problems that we are facing today. There are high instances of incest, there are high chances of early pregnancy, and all this is attributed to to poverty. I worked in some parts of this country, and when we told people there's HIV, walisema ng'ombe anakufa na nyasi kwa mdomo. You get me? Ati ng'ombe anakufa na nyasi kwa mdomo. And HIV cleared very, very many people. So we need to change our attitude. You don't need a budget to change your attitude. We just need to change our attitude towards some of these things, and I'm sure that we'll confront this challenge together. And I think we also shifted, Madam CS, we also shifted. When COVID came, I think we focused too much on COVID-19 and forgot about HIV. No wonder there's now a rise. So we need to go back and really focus on all these other diseases that we have as a country, so that we are able to move forward. But COVID was an equalizer, and I want to agree, even as a county, what we want to do is primary health care. We really want to focus on the rural facilities, because that is where most of our people are. We want to equip them, we want to equip our dispensaries, so that when you go there, you can get the treatment that you can get from, say, Bungoma Referral Hospital. That we are doing, and we are giving a lot of money to our health facilities. So I don't want to take a lot of time, because I know we have a long way to go. I want to thank the Vice Chancellor and your students, the comrades who are here, for hosting us. You are now our pride. Anytime we have wanted to hold a national event, you have been very receptive. And you have also had very disciplined comrades. I want to thank you, and when I'm settled in properly, I'll come to visit you properly. And you know what I mean. I normally, those of you who know me, I'm very magnanimous. And when I come, you will stay well that day. So kwa makofi nataka tutayarishe, tumkaribishe waziri wetu, na mshua hii ndio safari yake ya kwanza kwa hafla hii ya World AIDS Day, aje azungumuze nasi. Weka makofi moja. Tena. 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 Fungua. Asante sana.
Sure. Thank you very much. His Excellency Governor Bungoma County, Governor Ken Lusaka, County Commissioner, National Government officials present, County Government officials present, partners, communities of people living with HIV, Kibabii University fraternity, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is an honor indeed to join you today as we commemorate this year's World AIDS Day. I thank you all for the time you have taken from your busy schedules to join and lead us in observing this day. And from Mulwa and Governor, I did not expect such a large gathering. I thought it will be very few of us. This day allows us to reflect on our accomplishments, examine our gaps, and grow our resolve to end AIDS as a public health threat in Kenya. Your presence here reflects your continued support and commitment to ending this epidemic. In more than 3 decades, our collective efforts have restored dignity and hope to people living with HIV and affected families. We also know that along this journey, we have lost more than 2 million Kenyans, men, women, and children to AIDS-related deaths. Ladies and gentlemen, our investment in the HIV response have yielded impressive results. People are more knowledgeable about the disease, with many of them adopting protective behavior and practices. And we have seen it here when those living with the disease were able to stand before all of us. We have also increased the use of scientific technologies and tools and empowered communities to access HIV services. The initial sense of powerlessness that acquiring HIV would undoubtedly lead to untimely death experienced 38 years ago has been replaced by a movement of strong actors, including the communities of people living with HIV represented here today. Working together in our HIV response yielded a 58% decline in annual AIDS-related deaths from 52,964 in 2010 to 22,373 in 2021. This encouraging performance reflects a five-fold increase in the number of people living with HIV on life-saving antiretroviral treatment from about 250,000 in 2010 to 1.12 million in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, even as we celebrate the progress we have made, we remain alert that this battle is not over. HIV cases increased by 7.5% in 2021. That is not a good thing, my fellow countrymen. While women and girls continue to bear the brunt of the new HIV infections, the treatment outcomes for men and boys remain poor. This is not good news. And I can tell it is the truth because I know the men, they have to be reminded to do many things, even showering, Governor. Therefore, for the women who live with the men, please remind them to take their ARVs. We are also faced with the challenge of stemming new HIV infections among adolescents and young people aged 15 to 24 years. These infections are primarily driven by the layered challenge of adolescent pregnancies and sexual and gender-based violence, now dubbed the triple threat. And our athlete has given us a solution that I believe doesn't need a very big budget. For us, kutengenezea wamama wetu uniform, sidhani ni bei kali kushinda zile nguo zingine wanavaa. I think it will be very easy. These overlapping challenges of new HIV infections, pregnancies, and sexual and gender-based violence among our children negate the gains we make in the health and education sector. They are not only disruptive to an individual, but the whole society. Child motherhood has long-lasting, severe health consequences for the girls. The government is committed to realizing the right to health through universal health coverage systems. We know that more than half of the 1.4 million people living with HIV are older adults who are also vulnerable to non-communicable diseases, including cancers. A new HIV infection today affects both the individual and the society at large. We will invest in primary healthcare model that promotes cost-effective preventive and curative care. We are committed to safeguarding the gains realized through donor support in HIV, TB, malaria, family planning, immunization, and nutrition programs. These programs have over the years relied on bilateral and multilateral donations arranged to finance essential commodities. This external funding has in recent years declined. To address these gaps, we have prioritized commodity security, including through the scale-up, competitive local manufacturing. We will leverage on digital solutions to enhance our prevention and treatment programs. Ladies and gentlemen, Kenya recently joined other member states in a global alliance to end AIDS among children and adolescents. While HIV is no longer a death sentence, prevention of the disease remains the best viable option. We must invest in our response to eliminate mother-child transmission of HIV. Kenya now should join countries such as Botswana, who are recently pre-validated by the World Health Organization for having eliminated mother-to-child transmission of HIV. This milestone will only be possible if we cooperate as citizens, scientists, government, and other stakeholders. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, I reiterate our commitment to end the AIDS pandemic by providing the highest standard of health to all Kenyans. I appreciate all stakeholders, including donors, who have supported the HIV response in Kenya over the years. You have indeed played a critical role in averting new infections and AIDS-related deaths. The government, through my ministry, the county governments, and other partners will continue working with stakeholders to realize the vision of an end to AIDS. I want to take this opportunity to also wish you very, very happy festive season ahead. Watu wa Bungoma muko? Bandu be Bungoma mulembe? Muli balamu? Mulembe swa? Mulembe mya? Mulembe te? Muli moyo? Asante sana. Ningependa kuwaletea salamu kutoka kwa rais wetu Daktari William Samoei Ruto. Mumezipokea? Pili, ningependa kuleta salamu kutoka kwa baba wa Roma, Speaker wa National Assembly, Moses Masika Wetangula. Mumepokea? Pia ningependa kuleta salamu kutoka kwa wabunge wenyu wote, vile niliwaeleza naja huku, wakanipatia kikapu cha salamu niwaletee. Mumepokea? Bandu befwe, simo mwami, wanakumija nyarake mebweni waba bandu, anga waziri wa afya. Mwasa angalile. Governor, baringira sebole dokenda tawe. Odeze saa ni khale khundebe ino, barikira mwamba ngoma kuvuta kwake. Khusaba governor khokole nenawe kasi. Mara lukendo luno angakhola abwene khwikhebuka on matters health abebungoma khuli abwene. And that will only be possible if we work together. Yesterday, I met the Council of Governors, the Health Committee, and we agreed that we are not going to address each other in the media. As the ministry, we are going to collaborate. You have your distinct function as the county government of Bungoma, and we also have our function as the National Ministry of Health. But the people we serve are the men and women sitting in this place. Our clients, both for you, the county government, and my ministry, ni hawa wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo lazima tufanye kazi pamoja na tuwahudumie. Si namna hiyo? Comrades muko? Mupo? There could never have been a better time to bring such a function in this institution. As you have seen from the figures that have been projected, the age group that is most affected with the new infections is 15 to 29 years. And girls and boys, let me tell you, the cost of P2 is much more than the cost of a condom. And in fact, you can never get P2 for free, but you can get a condom for free. Therefore, as the young population, you have a choice. And to assist the government and the citizens of Kenya in managing this pandemic. Tumeelewana comrades? Kwa hivyo pamoja na Vice Chancellor tutahakikisha condoms zimewekwa kila stesheni huku kwa university and other learning institutions. Si namna hiyo ndio tuweze kuwa tunajikinga na tunakinga wengine. Lakini mimi kama mama Mkristo, if you can abstain, the better for you. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana waziri. Tumpigie waziri makofi. 1, 2, 3. Fungua. May I request the rest of us to be seated as I invite the governor also on stage. The DG, the deputy governor, kindly. Chair National Aids and also Dr. Andrew Mulwa. The university's chancellor, kindly. Can I have the students' representatives who are coming to receive on behalf of the other students? We have some presentations and we have some handing over. The first item to be handed over will be the sanitary pads, from step pads to the chief guests, and then from chief guests to these young girls who are representing others. And now the governor will hand over. It's already been handed to the governor. Now the governor to the girls. Tuwapigie makofi. This is just symbolic, na ujue ya kwamba zimeletwa kwa wingi na wasichana wote wa shule zetu za upili na wasichana wa Bungoma County watazipeleka na zitapelekwa na zinapeanwa kwa sababu ni zawadi kemkem kutoka kwa wafadhili wetu pamoja na washikadau. Basi tusimame kwa line vizuri tuonekane kwa picha kwa niaba ya wasichana wengine wote. Tuwapigie makofi tena wanapotoka. Asante wasichana wanaposhuka. We have another item to be presented. It will be the handing over of food from the World Bank program to the chief guests. We want to see the chief guest receiving, yeah? We want to see the chief guest receiving. And then to the governor. And there tuwapigie makofi. Mheshimiwa anapokea, Mheshimiwa waziri wetu amepokea vifaa na vyakula na vimepeanwa kwa governor, na sasa governor anapeana kwa county. Wapi vijana hao wapokee? Tupokee vifurushi vya chakula, na those are just symbolic, na mkiangalia pale nje vyakula vimeletwa na viko kwa wingi, zimejaa kwa lori. Kwa hivyo vijana mshike kwa mkono tupige picha. Sawa. Haya onyesha ishara. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali. Asante sana. Tushuke nazo. Now we are coming to the launch. There's a program to be launched, and before it is launched, the governor.
The Equalize program is a social entrepreneurship started on November 1st, 2022 by the Directorate of Special Programs in the Office of the Governor, County Government of Bungoma, to curb the alarming rise of new HIV infections in the county. Apart from the numbers being extremely high, there is much stigmatization and inequality in many civil and social services. The Equalize program will cater for both infected and non-infected children and adults.
The governor is going to invite
the program will induce agribusiness, other tools and agricultural technology to change the livelihood and attitude of the in the county. The Equalize program is a social entrepreneurship started on November 1st, 2022 by the Directorate of Special
2022 officially launched.
Tupige makofi tafadhali. And there it goes. And there, tupige makofi. Tupige makofi. Ripoti hiyo imepeanwa World AIDS Day 2022 hapa katika kaunti ya Bungoma. Tuonyeshe ripoti hiyo kwa wapiga picha pamoja na media houses. Tuonyeshe ripoti hiyo. Let us move and we show the report. It has been done. It is done now. Now we can have the reports back. We are going to give you, as you'll be leaving, before we cut the cake, as we continue to prepare the cake, the governor is going to launch the Equalize program for the Bungoma County.
Okay, it's now my pleasure, and I now declare this year's World AIDS the Equalize program for Bungoma County officially launched.
And there for the photo once again for the Bungoma County. For the Bungoma County. Are we good? Are we good now? No? Thank you. Asante sana. Sasa tunataka kukata keki. Tunataka kukata keki. This is being the climax of the program. We are now going to cut the cake. Wakati keki inakatwa, DJ mama.
Who is coming?
Mama, wimbo wa mama. Aya, tupatie wimbo yote.
I would want to invite the community of people living with HIV, the representatives. World AIDS Day 2022. And we thank God for this far. We thank you, our chief guests. Thank you so much for being part of this process. Na tunasema tusawazishe. So World AIDS Day 2022, sawazisha. World AIDS Day 2022, sawazisha. Eno tutasawazisha mpaka resources, tutasawazisha kufikia every other person, even the marginalized and poverty. Thank you so much. Come on guys! Watu wote tuamke, chapa kazi imarika. Tutashinda vita dhidi ya ukimwi. Lipo tumaini tutashinda. Vita dhidi ya ugonjwa wa ukimwi. Come on! Watu wote tuamke, chapa kazi imarika. Tutashinda vita dhidi ya ukimwi. Waweza zuia kuambukiza, waweza pimwa kila mahali. Ukiambukizwa usihangaike, tumia madawa, uboreshe afya, punguza virusi, sitisha maambukizi, equals to you. Tumaini tutashinda. Vita dhidi ya ugonjwa wa ukimwi. Come on guys!
The second person here is Patricia. Patricia fought very hard for the girls we have today. She has even gone to court to challenge injustice. And because of her, we have the merit in this country. Because of her, she keeps us on our toes. She's one of the people who must watch
Say no to stigma. No discrimination.
We have Rose here. Rose is also our champion. She has lived with HIV for more than 30 years, but she undertakes community work. We have the chair of National Empowerment for People Living with HIV, and as he spoke, he also is a key champion. We have Modoni. Modoni represents the people living with HIV of Bungoma County, and she, yes? National. Oh, Treasurer NEFAC, sorry. Yes. Okay. I think, yeah, yes. The governor, please share the cake.
Kanda Netel, chama ya wase.
Then you have Davis, and then I think you can stop. Yes. You're privileged to give the son of Joe, our new champion. He has been a champion after his father and before, and of course other community members.
Thank you very much.
Kilifi County.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much.
Lazima shemeji achungwe.
Thank you very much. As we wind up, maybe. Thank you.
And now this is Bungoma County.
Thank you. Let us all step down. Let's step down. Thank you. Let us step down, all of us. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We may step down. Thank you. Please remove the cake for the photo session.
Sorry. Our young people will give the guests a piece of cake. And the
Please.
representative is Shiko.
Thank you very much. I'm requesting His Excellency, the CS and the DG to remain on stage as we do our photo session. Can you please remove the order list for the cake, kindly, and remove this podium for the photo session? Move the podium. Afande, move the podium. Can we have people to remove the cake? Protocol. DJ, thank you. DJ, thank you. You, CS, and our governor, allow us to have a moment of photo session. And the first one is the CS, His Excellency, the DG, the Vice Chancellor, Ruth, Dr. Ruth, the Chair, National AIDS, and Andrew Mulwa. Please move forward for the photo session. Just a little bit forward, Your Excellency, the CS, kindly. Just a little bit forward. That is okay. Now just spread a little towards this side, kindly. Thank you. If we step back, we only leave the CS, the DG, and the governor when we step back. Thank you. May back a little. Can we now have the partners, USG, UN agencies, AMREF, AHF, STEP Lab, PHDA, to also join kindly? Partners to join kindly. Now, can we have Your Excellency and the CS, one more photo, kindly. One more photo, sir. Please, thank you. In 1 minute, Your Excellency. Governor, please. The CEC for Health and the county health team, the directors, it's very important, Your Excellency, we don't miss out these. Waziri, directors, chief officer, please, that one last photo. Thank you. Omanyala, where are you? Omanyala, run. Yeah. People living with the HIV can join now. The last photo, kindly. Representatives, it's okay. Even two of them, one or two of them to come. One or two of them to come, thank you. That's the last photo. Two are enough, thank you. That's the last photo. Thank you, two are enough. Exactly, enough, thank you. Thank you, Waziri. Governor, we may step back. Waziri, CEC remain for 1 minute of vote of thanks. Here's a microphone. Waziri, vote of thanks.
Thank you, Master of Ceremony. I've been told to do this in a minute. Order. Get seated, please, until you finish. So, quickly, I want to appreciate the CS for Health, Dr. Susan Nahumicha, for gracing this event, and 2, for accepting to come, and 3, for choosing Bungoma to host the World AIDS Day. Indeed, Dr. Susan, you are an inspiration to many women, you are an inspiration to many youth. We applaud you, we love you. Secondly, I want to appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Bungoma, Governor Kenneth Lusaka, for hosting this function and being very instrumental in the tree planting exercise together with the planning for this event. The Deputy Governor, Pastor Jennifer Mbatiani, we want to applaud you for the effort you have made, especially in the pre-AIDS activities. The Vice Chancellor, Kibabii University, we thank you, Prof, for hosting us together with your students. People living with HIV/AIDS, under the umbrella of NEFAC, we really want to appreciate you, we love you, we cherish you. Thank you so much. Minister of Interior, we have seen the DCC here, we have been with the SEC. Thank you so much. Mr. Mwanya from National AIDS Control Unit, we really appreciate. The National Government Minister of Health, led by my friend Dr. Andrew Mulwa, we appreciate you together with other officers. Partners. We have had many partners from the national government, including UNAIDS, PEPFAR, World Food Program, HETRO, AIDS Healthcare Foundation, among others. We appreciate your support. We really appreciate. The National Syndemic Disease Control Council, led by Mr. Geoffrey Gitu and the CEO, Dr. Ruth Masha, we really appreciate you. You have been very instrumental. All that we have seen here has been happening under your guidance. Thank you so much. Kenya Medical Training College and other institutions of learning here in Bungoma County, we really appreciate your support. Bungoma County Government. Here I want to take special attention to Dr. Caleb Wata, who is the Director of Health in Bungoma County, for playing a key role and chairing the County Coordinating Committee. I thank you so much, Director, together with the healthcare workers of Bungoma County, all other staffs, including the community healthcare workers. The media. If it's not reported, it's not done. Thank you so much for standing with us. Citizen TV, TV47, local radios, Sulwe, Mulembe, and the rest. We really appreciate the support you are giving us. I don't forget the local partners, including Creadis, Dumisha, Afia. We really appreciate. For the students of Kibabii University, you are our champions. You have hosted us. You have been very hospitable. We are provided as the audience in the auditorium and even during today's event. Thank you so much. God bless you. Asanteni sana.
Mgeni wa heshima, mabibi na mabwana, tafadhali sote tusimame kwa wimbo wa taifa. Chief. Toka. Chaplain for the closing benediction.
Shall we pray? Our loving and merciful Father, in the name of Jesus Christ, indeed you are loving and you are gracious. Thank you for giving us this wonderful, special time. All the time we have been here, Lord, we have seen your hand. Thank you because of our CS, Dr. Susan, our Governor, Mheshimiwa Lusaka, and the entire team. That, Lord, you have seen us through to this wonderful function. We pray for your mercies, your loving kindness. That, Lord, as we part from here, may your presence go with us. We cover our lives under the blood of Jesus Christ, and we declare your grace, your loving kindness, and our lives, Lord. We remember Kenya such a time, our president and the entire administration of this wonderful nation. My Father, stand with Kenya. Despite the challenges of health, Lord, we remember the bereaved families, whom many have lost their dear ones through the HIV. Father, we speak a blessing upon their lives. We declare them that, Lord, they shall live and serve you. They shall not die. We cover them under the blood of Jesus Christ. May your grace help, my Father. Bless our going out, bless our coming in. Receive the praise, the honor, and the glory, because, Lord, you are worthy to receive them. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, to pray, appreciate, and believe. Amen.
Guest of honor, Madam, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, please, you may leave at your pleasure. Thank you. DJ. A big thank you to my colleague, Juno Gola. Thank you.
Two. Excuse me. If you have our microphone, please return. Thank you. Please return our microphone if you have it. Thank you.